We focus on education and creating managers for the luxury space. All of you being fellow educationists might wonder what is so special about luxury management. All I want to say is that the management required to manage a mass brand and the management required to manage a luxury brand is completely different. While the principles remain the same, the treatment of the same principles is at a very higher plane. This stream of education was formed or was created in the world in the year 1990 when luxury as a sector got democratized or got corporatized by business houses taking over individual designer driven brands, and the corporate houses by virtue of their nature had to go in for democratization, meaning creating more lower lines and then global expansion moving out of Europe, America into Asia and other regions of the world. So this created a very complex management scenario where a luxury manager needs to deal with a mature market as well as an emerging market where consumer behaviors can be completely different. So in my long journey in the luxury space, I realized that there was a lot of gap, and students or professionals who were keen on understanding luxury management needed to travel to Europe. So there were only 5 schools globally when I developed this vision that why can't I bring this management back into India? So I was really the 6th school in 2012, and today with nearly 9.5 years of our journey, we've really evolved to a level where we think that we are up to the global standards, and we have say about 3,000 executives and students gone into the business. We can be proud to say that a CMO Lamborghini is my student, a CMO Lamborghini North India is my student. So from a Rolex to a duty-free shop to a hospitality, my students are today penetrated almost all the sectors, always being in the premium to luxury space. So this is a different stream, and I would rest my case there, Ashu.
Thank you, Abhay. Professor Chaudhary, if you could do a quick round of introduction, we'll cover a lot of these the aspects around the kind of pedagogy, the education, all that. As we dive into the questions, but a quick round of introduction will help us know you better.
Okay, good morning to the fellow panelists. I am representing Watson University. Watson Business School was founded in 2014, and we became an university last year in 2020. We are a very international focused business school, and we have already started on our journey of an international accreditations of ACSB and EFMD and AMBA, the Triple Crown. And also we have around 40 international partners and students from our university campus, and the students from our partner university campuses are coming this year virtually, but hopefully next year will be coming physically.
I'm looking forward for a very global discussion with you, Professor Chaudhary.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Sure. I'm going to move to Dr. Mahapatra, sir. If you could, quick round of introduction.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Very happy to be in this panel. I represent the School of Business of KIT University. Our founder, he was there yesterday in the inaugural. You would know Dr. Achyuta Samanta, man with a great vision. In 25 years' time, what he has created, nowhere in the world you will see that. 2 universities parallelly have come up, one completely free for 40,000 students from KG to PG, and another university which I represent is KIT University, which is a self-financed university, and it is the youngest institution of eminence in the country if you discount Reliance, that university which is yet to happen, right? And as a School of Management, I have 1,200 students, about 100 PhD scholars at any given point of time do research with us, and equal number have already got their PhDs from here. So we are a research-oriented business school also. Right. I have MBA programs, I have also BBA programs. About me, I had about 25, 26 years of corporate experience, leading 4 corporate house private in the private sector, Tata Metallics, and POSCO India. You might have heard about the Korean company which was in India, right. And Bajaj Power, as well as Jindal. I was the group ethics officer of Jindal. And prior to coming to this school, I was the predecessor of Professor Jitendra Mishra at Jayapriya School of Business.
Wonderful, wonderful, sir. It's a pleasure to have you, Dr. Mahapatra, with us. I'm looking forward to a very exciting discussion. Dr. Chatterjee, if you could quickly introduce yourself, please.
Hello, I'm Vishwajoy Chatterjee. I'm the Vice Chancellor of University of Engineering and Management, UEM Jaipur. We come from the IEM and UEM group, which is the oldest self-financed institute of West Bengal.
Right.
In management education, we focus towards a global exposure where we are tied up with business schools all across the world, Australia, America, England, and our students are every semester, our students go to those universities and those students come to our universities and we share a good collaboration with reputed such foreign business schools. So our students are placed all across the world.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'll come to Soma. I had the pleasure of knowing you. You represent the innovation side of within the education fraternity. Why don't you introduce yourself to us?
Yeah, so before I got into education, of course, I was in the industry for almost 30 years with some of the most innovative companies in the world, Japanese and European companies that are known to be very innovative. So I came with that to my alma mater to help IIT Delhi, and I have helped them set up this Atal Incubation Center at Sonipat. So I would like to speak from my experience in the industry when I come to the panel. Yeah, thank you so much.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Soma. Dr. Mishra. So your mic is on.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. And it's a pleasure to be on this elite panel. I'm representing Jaipuriya School of Business, which is a premier business school promoted by the House of Jaipuriya under Seth Anand Ram Jaipuriya Society. And it has a legacy of 100 plus years of being in education. It's the first college, Jaipuriya College of Commerce was started in Kolkata way back in 1947, and it was inaugurated by the then Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. And this is a group committed to the cause of education, and they treat education as a means of nation building, and it's the sole purpose. We offer a PGDM program, 2-year full-time PGDM program with 6 specializations: marketing, finance, HR, operations, business analytics, international business, and entrepreneurship.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you, sir. Vishal, if you could introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vishal, as Ashu mentioned. I'm Dean for the School of Management, as well as Director for Innovation Entrepreneurship at the BML Munjal University. So I represent a rather young, dynamic, progressive university, BML Munjal, which is sponsored by the Hero Group. So essentially, it's a corporate social responsibility initiative of the entire Hero Group as a whole. And we started operations sometime in 2014. Backed up by Imperial College. They were the ones who mentored us and helped us create the curriculum and the academic orientation that we currently have. We distinguish ourselves on some parameters, which includes industry, academic interconnectedness. So the whole logic of Shri Bhimla Munjal as well as Hero Group was that right from the beginning, right from day one, a student should be very, very closely integrated with the industry. So that's what makes the learning practical. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Vishal. Thank you. That was a quick one. Professor Chaudhary.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Ujjwal Kumar Chaudhary, currently the Pro Vice Chancellor of Kolkata-based Adamas University. I've been in Symbiosis, Amity, Pearl Academy, and a few other institutes at the level of dean, largely from communication background, communication studies background. It's good to be here. I've worked in news channels and television channels and newspapers as well before coming into academies.
Wonderful. Good to have you. It's good to have you, sir. Mr. Nyogi, you represent the industry. You've been, the man with a mission, right? And you've been on both the sides, right? Being an educationist and been in the industry for the longest time, right? Sir, a quick round of introduction.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone, and thanks, Ashu, for having me over. So my background, I started out in the mid-90s, so about 25 years in the corporate side, various sectors. Started out in FMCG, retail, telecom, financial services, large part of my career, media, consulting, and so on and so forth. And my last stint on the corporate side was with Laureate India, UPS, managing, as the chief operating officer, managing the entire non-education operations for UPS. When I transitioned in 2019 in my entrepreneurial journey, I actually have done two things, actually quite a few things, but two really big things. One is I am the co-founder for a very interesting and vibrant fintech business, which I run. The other is I've set up an incubated C-Box Advisory, which is a growth consulting firm, category agnostic, and we have a fairly broad and wide and deep expertise helping various businesses. And as part of C-Box, as Ashu knows, and I'd love to share that with some of you at a later date, we are building out a very interesting practice focused around higher education, which will be specific to growth and business transformation needs of higher education institutions. So
Wonderful.
excited to be here and look forward to this discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Niyogi. Thank you, everybody, for taking the time out. I'm going to, without further ado, I'm going to jump into the session today. And I'll have my colleague Vijeta take up the questions, the next few questions as we go along. But, fundamentally, COVID, as I said at the outset of this particular conversation, right? So COVID has changed how we look at things, right? COVID has changed how the consumer behaves, which essentially means that everything that we've built around the consumer, all the practices that we've built, needs to be changed. Education needs to go through a very different kind of a churn and prepare our students for essentially operating in uncharted territories, even which the industry is trying to find its way through. With that, what I want to sort of discuss as the first question for this panel today is that how is the landscape of management education going to change in the post-COVID world, right? Is this going to become a lot more dynamic? Will we have to build in, elements like analytics? Is there going to be a deep focus on all of those things? How is this going to change, right? How is the landscape of management education going to change, right? I will come to Vishal first to you, right? And why don't you give us a view on how is the management education landscape going to change? We'll start with you, and then we'll move to other speakers.
Right.
Yes,
thank you, Ashu. So I think management education has been changing even before COVID kind of struck last year. And a lot of this is to do with the need to actually change. So, one of the points that I would bring up and which has caused the change is the rising student expectations.
Sure.
These expectations obviously have been rising for a period of time. It's a competitive jobs market. There's a rising cost of higher education. Most of the universities and institutional setups in India, standalone institutions, are predominantly very agile setups.
Right.
Predominantly the expectation is what? The expectation is that a student comes in, spends his very hard-earned money or whatever, and then does expect a certain level of exit velocity. So automatically, a lot of those changes in terms of expectations have caused changes. One thing that we can't possibly deny is the technological change. So there's a lot of change from a technological perspective. How do you operate in a global context? There's a pressure on accreditations, rankings. There's a pressure on how curriculums are designed, how faculties are brought into the classroom. Now you have the added pressure of this whole idea of whether you're able to facilitate a lot of learning on the online mode. So I think a lot of these pressures have been happening for a while. So, the way I see it is that management education at the core itself will change, and the change will get further speeded up as we go forward. And this speed is essentially around the core, wherein management education will be a reflection of technology, will be a reflection of your core domain knowledge that you're supposed to be seeking, whether it is marketing, finance, HR, or whatever. And at the same time, there's also this whole element of integration with liberal education. So management by itself will have a very large piece of tech component integrated into your domain knowledge, along with your ability to have certain levels of liberal infusion into how you think, how you philosophize, how you actually go about running operations going forward.
Interesting. That's a very interesting one, Vishal. Dr. Mahapatra, what is your view on this? I mean, you've been an industry practitioner. You are currently running one of the most vibrant management education institutions in the country, right? What are your views on this? I mean, how do you see management education change for future?
Actually, the curriculum of management education, fortunately, as compared to any other discipline, has always been dynamic.
Right.
This is the only curriculum which changes every year, and the board of studies are most active in most of the schools. I'm talking about in generic sense.
Right.
The basic principles of management has always remained same ever since management as a term got invented. and they remain two. They're focused on two things. If you look at code, one is resource optimization, two is value creation. These are the two focus of all the contents that you see in the
back. If you look at the concepts of data sciences, the concept of robotics, all these aspects are getting into management education. So management education is becoming very fast from a concept oriented to a mixture of skill and concept orientation. And many of these aspects, as many of the panelists rightly pointed out, can really be done through a digital first mode or a mix of digital and on offline mode. So one of the aspects we have tried out with the students is trying to do some asynchronous content. So what happens generally is students are getting little bored with listening to 5-6 hours on Zoom. So we give them the option that some of the lectures I will record, some of the portions of the lectures which do not require a very interactive discussion, maybe enunciation of a theory or enunciation of a problem statement. These kind of things can be asynchronous, and they can look at it at the leisure time, and maybe then come back, and then we can have more discussions through Zoom rather than I giving a lecture and then students. Giving a lecture in Zoom is just like talking to a computer, right? And students are also listening to the computer. So the live sessions, obviously, they will miss. So we have to come up with a lot of these innovations, and students do love it when they go to when they go to breakout rooms, when we do a poll, when we do all this kind of initiatives, and students do love it and students do want it. And we take feedback from the students. I'm sure everybody does that. It's not very unique to us. So lot of new innovations, lot of serious content in the form of participation mode has been introduced across. So
thank you, Professor Devta. I'll come to Dr. Chatterjee. Dr. Chatterjee, what are your thoughts on the question that you just asked?
Okay, I will try to limit it within 2 minutes. So the business schools have moved from offline to online systems, as we all know. It has given flexibility in terms of scheduling the classes, capacity expansion, engaging industry experts, international professors. These are flexible now. But the adverse impacts are that experiential learning is missing. And the good thing is fewer students may prefer to go abroad for higher education, less number. So B schools may exploit this opportunity by bringing their programs and courses at par with the best global B schools. So B schools need to make some structural changes, like in this environment of uncertainty and economic slowdown, B schools will have to justify the fee also. So the courses and programs have to be designed as per the prevailing industry requirements. And I should mention a few, like digitization of processes, sustainable operations, data analytics, supply chain management, sustainability goals. These are the courses which should be focused upon. Partnerships with tech companies is a key. So technology specific electives or programs will have to be run. Courses should improve the decision-making ability of the students while handling complex problems during an uncertain business environment. So working on live projects by associating themselves with the industry is the need of the hour. Practice-oriented management education is needed. So B school should might have to limit their admissions to. So that is dependent. Then again, it's a difference from a teacher point of view and managerial point of view. The role of the teacher will be of a facilitator to guide the students to get access to knowledge from various online repositories themselves. Or faculty will have to be technology friendly, like PPTs, animations, using simulations, presentations, case discussions, tests, etc. has to be there in this online mode. So B schools might also have to invest in running online short-term certificate programs for meeting industry-specific requirements. And apart from that, I should very quickly say that in online teaching, it is providing the universities with real-time data about which aspects of their courses can be substituted, like which can be complemented or augmented, which cannot be replaced by digital media. So they must start determining the varying degrees of face-to-face, real-time virtual, asynchronous virtual. Say one last example, operations and productions. The basic concepts of production process can be taught using graphics and audiovisual techniques. So students can learn at their own pace, repeat as many times as required, do keyword searches, link concepts, and rearrange teaching modules based on their own skill levels. Courses such as marketing management, which benefit from extensive discussion, can be taught through virtual meetings. So this is in very brief. I had many other points, but I should limit over here.
I will just come back to you in a bit. Soma, I think it's important that we have you on this particular point. As we talk about experiential, right? I mean, you're not just, for example, part of the change, but you're also evangelizing change in the sense that you are cultivating a lot of innovation, which is really enabling education institutions to create a very different kind of engagement, right? What are your views on this particular thing, right? I mean, how do you see this ecosystem evolve?
Yeah, I feel the greatest responsibility of management schools today is to prepare managers for tomorrow.
Correct.
And tomorrow is going to be very, very different from yesterday, as most of the panelists agree. And the challenges are going to be very different for not only the policymakers, but also the managers. Till now, management used to mean managing people, human beings. But now it is going to be, in future, it is going to be a complex system of human beings and machines and technology, which has its own challenges of morality and ethics, and which these young people need to know, because human interaction is getting reduced, and without, but still that same kind of compassion, for another human being has to be there when decisions are taken, So that will be a challenge going forward.
I think that's an interesting point that you make, Soma. I have so many questions that are popping up in my mind, right? But and I will circle back to you on that one. But I think what has also become important in this, I think in post-COVID, right, is the importance of communication, right? I think communication was possibly something which was extremely underrated as a tool, but then eventually all of us being logged in a certain environment, for more than a year. It's become very, very important, and essentially we were consuming from the same ecosystem, right? And we were consuming a lot of content, so it's become very, very critical. Communication is something which is completely taken a very, very different shape, right? And I think unless you have that creative communication which becomes a part of it, it'll be very difficult to acquire customers of tomorrow, right? So I'm going to come to Professor Chaudhary. You've been an expert in the communications bit. I will come to you, Mr. Nyogi, after that. You've been an industry professional. You're working with a lot of startups, right? Narrative building and communication is something which is getting redefined, right? And I think it's going to be a very significant part of management education as well, right? What are your thoughts, Mr. Chaudhary, about that?
First of all, honestly, nobody is an expert in the post-pandemic era. It's a completely new world emerging. So we are all co-learners. And the use of the word teacher and student also, I would like to refrain from using that, rather mentors and learners. Because mentors, teachers used to be a sage on the stage, speaking the last word in the syllabus, evaluating and introducing the topics. But the mentor is completely a guide, a facilitator, and is aggregating content, both proprietary, his or her own, and aggregated from various sources, open sources. Sure. So having said that, specific to your question, communication is emerging as communication skills, emotional intelligence, connecting to people from remote is becoming a key skill today for mentors. And many of us, and with honesty, let me tell, many of us are failing in emotionally connecting through the machine from a remote to our students, to our learners. That's one part. The other part is communication now is actually going through what I would like to call convergence 2.0. There was media and communication convergence even earlier. Print, television, radio, offline, online, all were coming closer. But that was coming closer. Today, it is the dominance of the mother medium, internet. It is the dominance, it's web-led entertainment, web-led news, web-led brand communication. It's completely going to a different ballgame. And for the first time in media and communication, the application of artificial intelligence to understand people's preferences and to apply machine learning to understand people's viewing habits, reading habits, consuming habits, media consuming habits, this is coming in. Blockchain concept is coming in media in a big way. For the first time, an individual content creator can actually create media and make it as popular like a newspaper. I know certain bloggers and YouTubers who command a loyalty far more than average newspapers as well, average radio stations as well. So it's a very big different ballgame coming for the first time again. I mean, it has been there already, but now the need to bring the left and the right brain together in content creation, whether it's an academic content or entertainment content or a news content, this coming together, a blending of the right and the left brain, the logical and the creative brain, is becoming all the more important. So we are moving to a stage where content, technology, and business applications, all, whether it's management education or communication, which is also a part of management education, in all the three, in all these both sides, content, which is academic, technology, which is the transformational tool that's happening on and revolutionizing education all over, as everyone has rightly said, and business application cases, as Vishal was very rightly saying, that coming together of the institute, industry, institute interface, this becoming a critical part going ahead. These were terms, these will be realities today, these must have to be applied. And education online is just purely online is just a passing phase. It, as one more speaker has said very rightly, blended education, I think Professor Chatterjee, blended education is the way to go. Hybrid, and I will call it physical as well, physical plus digital, where content creation, content delivery, learners engagement, and learners evaluation, all the four will have a physical component and a digital component.
I think, Professor Chaudhary, you've highlighted some very, very interesting points in the process, right? In fact, I have a couple of questions, for the panel later, where you highlighted the need of creating specific skill sets, right? And I think very, very important point that you highlighted. Mr. Nyogi, what are your thoughts about this?
No, look, I think Ashu, very, very valid points from everyone. Especially, I'd like to concur with Ujjwal when he talks about phygital. I'm a big fan of phygital. I mean, if you look at businesses today, and education is something which is not decoupled from how the world is transforming, right? So I think all of us, given the kind of phase that we are going through with phase 1, phase 2 of COVID, etc., and phase 3 coming up, God knows when it's going to come. I think we tend to kind of, overestimate the way we are going through, the current phase. So I think physical is here to stay, and hybrid, blended education, digital education will be the way forward. Just to kind of reflect on the couple of questions that you guys had asked earlier, and my take, and I definitely agree with what Vishal said to start with, that, if you were to look at the scenario today from the lens of a student, I think aspirations and socio-cultural triggers have got a lot to do with the way management education needs to be thought through, right? I think we need to start reimagining the way management education, or for that matter, any education delivery or any education framework needs to be thought through. So I think aspirations are changing from the lens of a student, because if you were to keep the student at the core of everything, what education does as an ecosystem, I think that is a very, very important variable which needs to be thought through. The other is, socio-cultural triggers, ambitions, how people want to kind of go through their career journey. So if you look at the career journey today, compared to, let's say, what it was when we were growing up, in early part of our career and corporate days, it's become very non-linear, right? So today, after a business school, you may kind of become a CEO of a business within 5 years of your career, or you may step into entrepreneurship, or you may get into something totally unrelated. So unlike what was earlier, where corporate journeys or career journeys were very linear, let's say you were a management trainee, from there you went to become a manager, then you became slightly more senior, and so on and so forth. Today, I think the environment has become so non-linear and so complex that I think management education needs to be thought through from that lens, right? So that's one. The other is, I think, from the lens of the industry. I mean, if you look at conventional businesses or even new age businesses, technology and digital is all pervasive, right? I mean, a few years ago, people used to think that, technology and digital is something which will be more relevant for new age businesses. But today, if you look at a conventional business, businesses which have been doing business and, conducting their affairs in very conventional sort of spaces, you can't decouple technology and digital there, right? So I think from a student outcome perspective, from a student, sort of a management framework or education framework perspective, I think course curriculum, pedagogy, etc., needs to be very, very interdisciplinary, so that the industry expects these guys when they come on board, they would expect these people to hit the ground running, right? So technology, digital has to be married with management education and needs to be an integral part of the framework.
Interesting. So very interesting point that you highlighted. Sorry, I mean, if you could, I think you wanted to complete the point. Sorry. Please go ahead.
Yeah, no, the point is very simple, that it needs to be very, very multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary, right? So we need to start rethinking, course curriculum, rethinking the content that needs to be delivered. The last point where I have a slightly different view, and maybe not different, but, we tend to kind of also overestimate linkages with the global economy, which is great. I mean, the way the world is kind of integrating with other economies, the way globalization is happening. But I think what we tend to also overlook at times is that a lot of businesses in India and corporate houses in India are now looking at tier 2, tier 3 in India.
Sure.
As vectors to grow, right? You're looking at Bharat. So when some of these, young minds and young brains kind of come out of these school, I think people are expecting them to also be aligned to what India is offering as an economy, right? Especially tier 2, tier 3.
I think Mr. Yogi,
how are they aligned there?
Yeah, I think I have a view on that particular bit. Right? I think given that all sectors of the country right now are essentially converging on the same medium of consumption, right? And they're now kind of the aspirational angle is increasing, right? So it's become more important to align with the global players in the economy. But that's something that I'm going to come to a little later in the conversation. I'll come to Abhay. Abhay, my apologies. I haven't come to you through the course of the conversation. Luxury is something which has been very, very complicated, right? In its earlier avatar. Now that now that the consumption is essentially being driven digitally, right? Last 1 year has changed all of that, right? Communication and luxury businesses have been communicating very, very sharply, right? Do you think communication is going to change how luxury as a space is going to be looked at? Do you think it's going to be a luxury, say a 2.0 or 3.0? We're talking about a very different kind of an emergence, right? And then as the aspirational angle is also increasing, do you think this is a space which is going to be very, very exciting in the time to come?
So Ashu, you're right. So if I just reflect on what all the esteemed panelists have been talking about, the change in the management education. I mean, after all, luxury is also part of managing it only. So from that perspective, I believe that most of the points have been reflected, because management to me, as a very, let's say, as a beginner in the education space, I would say that management to me as a practitioner means to manage. And if one has to manage under changing scenarios, then the dynamics of management has to be maintained. So in the past 2 years, the dynamics have changed to a point where two things have happened. Technology and education has got democratized. So today, any student has access to any international educationist, any international school using technology. Because if you go back into 2 years earlier, then technology was only reserved for the rich. It was only the rich people who could afford very good technology like video conferencing, for example. And today it is democratized to the level that anyone and everyone can pick up a phone and be teleconferencing to anywhere in the world. This is happening. This is giving access to a lot of information to the student, thereby confusing his mindset. Now, the presence of a physical guru or a teacher is important to convert that information into knowledge, using the wisdom and experience of the tutor. So the tutor is now, as Professor Ujjwal said, is better to be called as a coach or a mentor rather than a teacher. Because what we are doing is we are simply adding our wisdom into the information floating around in this digital space and converting it into knowledge so that it can be practically applied by the student. Now, coming to the point, the changes in the luxury space per se, in the management system per se, that luxury has today evolved. I mean, I'm talking of not really India, but I'm talking of global luxury in the sense that when we are talking of a resurgence of the Gen Z consumer, the Gen Z consumer is today looking is surviving on the cross section of social media, e-commerce, and gaming. So if that's the point where we can actually catch the attention of the student, his attention span having been reduced to 7 to 8 seconds at a max. So more and more education, like a Byju's kind of experiment, where it is more of a gaming practice that needs to be introduced into the system. However, hybrid education or blended education is something which we as a school have experimented in the past 2 years, and it seems to work wonderfully well because the student wants to experience, and ours is a business which cannot work without experience. So experience has to be brought in. A blended learning in terms of digital as well as physical has to be brought into the management practices. And in fact, new programs like digital disruption of retail and luxury. So those are new programs that we are bringing in to make the student abreast with the changes that are happening and not beyond just as a consumer in terms of knowing the terminology, but also knowing it as a practitioner. So what is 3D and what is an avatar and what is in terms of a 3D transmission of a customer or a product? How is that being done by the industry? Something which needs to be brought in.
Very interesting, Abhay. I think that's a very interesting point that you've highlighted. Unfortunately, paucity of time, I'm going to move to my last question for the panel. Do you think, management education has largely been horizontal, right? It's about having very macro skills, right? But it's not something where we build specializations per se, right? I mean, it's a 2-year course. It's difficult to sort of do that, right? Do you think as we head into a very different kind of a market condition, it's going to be important that we have elements like, for example, specializations, like, for example, e-commerce, and not at a tangential level, but in a more deeper and a meaningful way, where you're talking about health tech, where you're talking about agri-tech, where you're talking about fintech, right? So you're not then, for example, say, talking about a specialization, a very macro specialization like a finance, but you're really sort of deep diving, understanding, helping students understand some of these intersections in a better way, right? I'll come to you, Vishal, to give your comments on this particular bit, and then I'll come to everybody else. Vishal, please.
Yeah, so thanks, Ashu. I think you're absolutely right. There'll be a lot of focus on more specialized kind of micro-credentialing based modules or short interventions.
Right.
And I think that will lead to a good amount of very interesting collaborations. So you will notice that a lot of institutions, whether it is because of the new education policy, whether it is are you a standalone management institution, are you part of a university? I think there'll be a lot of very interesting collaboration, not only in research, but also in the learning piece going forward. Because the university will not be able to organically evolve and grow certain skill sets, let's say in 6 months or 12 months.
Sure.
So you will notice a lot of very interesting collaborations with people, whether they be technology orientated service providers, whether they be specialists like you said, healthcare, whatever. So you'll see clusters of very interesting networks created because the main focus at the end of the day will be the student learning experience and the kind of courses or the kind of learning they require to be able to manage their careers going forward.
Interesting. I'm going to come to Dr. Mahapatra. Dr. Mahapatra, what are your views on creating specific modules of education when you talk about management education? So I'll request you to be very crisp with your answer. Unfortunately, I have limited time. My apologies, but I'm going to do a separate one.
I'm always crisp. Don't worry about it.
Yes, sir.
The age of modularization of skills that have already arrived.
Sure.
So in management education, there are two components. One is the core management knowledge, which has to be blended with wisdom, as Abhay said very correctly. So you cannot replace the teacher. If you carefully understand, at the school we call teacher. In the college, at undergraduate level, we start calling the lecturer. And then when he arrives in the management institution, we call instructor, if you remember. And when he goes to the corporate, he's called facilitator, right? And this transition is not without a scientific basis. Okay, I will not explain why. But modularization of skills are very important because you cannot teach everything. The skill sets are expanding so fast, so many divisions are happening, and particularly in the digital age, that it is impossible for any university curriculum to keep track of that. So there has to be collaboration. We have to depend on Edtech companies, whether it is an open free platform like Swayam or it is a paid platform like Coursera. We have to collaborate with them and bring lots of modules, lots of certifications. And as the industry needs, we have to get it. There is no choice.
Interesting.
That's
interesting. Thank you, sir. Thank you. That was a wonderful point that you highlighted. I have a bunch of thoughts when I hear you, but I think we'll possibly have that later. Dr. Mishra, what are your thoughts about about this particular piece, right? Of building specific pieces which essentially keep the students in line with the changing trends.
Yes, I go with the panel, and it's a fact that modularization and specialization, micro-specialization is a reality. And I will add the context. If you see, we are entering into gig economy. With the industrial revolution moving from 4 to 5, we are moving into gig economy. So it's not going to be a linear career or linear function. The things, the pace of change has become multifold. And every time when the change is happening, you cannot have such a wide perspective. It's the learning process is moving towards a T-shaped learning, where you have to carefully blend the width and the depth. And in that very context, one has to, and we have the witness, we have the evidence, we are the witness that sectoral programs are doing better than the general programs. If you see the overall preference for the management program, sectoral program, for example, Mr. Abhay is there and he will add that his luxury program is doing more than the general marketing program, despite being new. So this is the trend. So specialization is going to be the need of hour. It is going to be more innovative and fast changing, and it has to be clubbed with technology and support the emerging career that is a gig economy. That is how it is going to shape.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir. I'll come to Dr. Chatterjee. Dr. Chatterjee, quickly, if you could, what are your thoughts about it?
Again, I will try to restrict within 1 minute. For anyone considering an MBA, it is helpful to evaluate your goals for pursuing a graduate degree in the first place.
Sure.
So MBA has become the gold standard for professionals interested in leadership and management. Even that in mind, 1 in 3 employers, as surveyed by Financial Times, indicated that they struggle to find business school graduates who are equipped with the requisite skill sets. So what do you understand from that? Earning an MBA can help professionals expand their network and increase their earning potential. But it is important to realize that 1/4 of the surveyed employers reported that specialized MBA are more likely to receive higher starting salaries. So definitely students with clearly identified goals in mind, goals that pertain to a specific job or industry, may benefit from a specialized program. But all said, general management, I believe as a teacher, general management skills are needed for a company, because most of the companies cannot recruit employees for a specific job. They need a general skill set.
I'll have to move to Soma. Soma, what are your thoughts about this? You're evangelizing a lot of that change, right? I'm continuously coming back to you because you are a part of that change, right? You are incubating a lot of businesses that are changing the the way we're going to consume in the future, right? What are your thoughts? I mean, when they need to hire, when they need to build teams, right? How critical is going to be to have
management education definitely will have 2 tiers at least. One is the normal, the MBA, the post graduation that everyone goes through, which is a general management program.
Right.
And there has to be specialized programs for the specific industries or the specific corporates who require it in that particular way. So there may be corporate tie-ups to provide specialized training for their personnel, to equip them with the changing scenario in the industry.
Interesting.
But at the same time, what we have to see is that the whole social fabric, or even the family network is going to be affected by this change in technology, and how the as human beings, how these managers have to manage these changes around them with the least disruption. Is what we need to equip our those students with.
Very interesting point, Shoma. I think the next panel that we have coming up, we're going to discuss this in a little more detail. Mr. Chaudhary, yes, I'm coming to you. Professor Chaudhary.
Yeah, very quickly, I know you're running short of time. Before all of these, what we are saying, let's have the reality. UNESCO has said 52% of 283 million students last year did not have 1 ounce of education due to digital divide. The reality is this. The remaining 48% had education online, and at different grades or levels of education online. Not all were in the best of the situation that most of our students are in. Having said this, on the modularization, I cannot agree more. It's very perfectly brought forward by Dr. Mahapatra and others. I would like to say that these could be some of the modules also to be considered in addition to what you have said. 1, cyber technology, AI/ML in business. People understand the term AI/ML, they have to understand how it is useful in business, in what ways it can transform. 2, communication and emotional intelligence skills. We cannot overemphasize this. In times of digital transformation, EI is taking a beating. 3, social outreach. We learn things in classroom or in the digital classroom, not always can relate to the social reality outside. Social outreach and projects to actually make that. Failure cases. We always talk about successful cases, successful businesses, successful startups. It is the failures that we need to learn from. I don't mind having a module which says failure business cases, 5, failed business cases. 6, blockchain and cryptocurrency. This is another jargon that we all talk about. We hardly know. Even our finance students often don't have a clarity on cryptocurrency. And blockchain is another area that completely less understood how it can really transform business. And last, business pitches and entrepreneurship. Pitching of a business. That itself, there are 16 legal compliances. Even after an MBA, most students don't know that there are 16 legal compliances for taking care of all types of business operations. So in conclusion, these are some of the key areas which we miss out to make business education or communication education
Interesting,
realistic.
Professor Chaudhary. Interesting, Professor Chaudhary. Thank you so much. Mr. Niyogi, I'll have you to take the final word. If you could.
Look,
what
do you think? I think everybody concurs to the fact that, the world and the future is about specialization, right? I mean, if you look at it from the lens of corporates and businesses, the way businesses are transforming today, the way businesses are sort of, growing today, I think people want resources, human resources and people resources to be hitting the ground running. And which is why equipped with specialized skill sets, equipped with certain specializations is always better. And I think that is the expectation, because, otherwise, if you look at the corporate ecosystem, the first 2 years or 3 years are actually spent in terms of skilling, reskilling, and training and growing individuals, right? And I think the way the world is changing, the way the situation is changing, people don't have that kind of time and the luxury of time, right? So when they are looking at fresh minds and fresh brains coming into the corporate ecosystem, I think the expectation is that, while it's good to have an overall sort of a view around management education, but certain specializations, as Ujjwal also mentioned and other esteemed panelists also mentioned, I think are very, very critical in terms of the way they add value and the way they kind of, participate in the corporate ecosystem.
Wonderful. I think with that, I'll have to, how I wish we could have had this panel go on for another 15-20 minutes. Unfortunately, there's a paucity of time. We have the other panelists who are waiting for us on the other side. My team is going to reach out to each one of you. We're going to recording separate sessions, right? I think there is so much of intelligence which is there on your at your ends. There is a lot of executional understanding that all of you bring to the table. It was a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you so much for taking the time out. I look forward to having you with us very, very soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks,
everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ashu. Thank you, Vijeta. That was a very interesting conversation. Moving on to our next panel, collaboration and collaborative learning, industry and academia partnership for superior functional foundation. Introducing the panelists, Jitendra Panihar, Global Head People and Culture, Mo Engage. Mukul Mathur, Head HR, CG Darcy. Rohit Dhodi, VP HR and Head of Employee Experience, AEX Fidelity Investments. Neeraj Shukla, Head of HR, Rebel Foods. Megha Mago, Director, People Operations, India, I Live Like. Arunima Sinha, Lead Learning and Development, Times Internet. Agnivesh Thakur, Lead Talent and Organizational Human Potential, Accenture. Nitin Kochar, B2B Head, White Hat Junior. Prashant Pandey, Country Manager, India Right Management, Manpower Group & Co. Shayadri Mohanty, Head HR Travel Boutique Online, TBO. Gaurav Nigam, SVP and Business Head, NIIT. I welcome all the esteemed panelists. This session will be moderated by Mrinal Barkataki, Advisor, Acquire.com, and Ashu Agarwal, India Advisor, Edtech Journal. Welcome everybody, and over to you, Ashu.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to have all of you with us. I have had the opportunity of knowing each one of you and talking to each one of you at a personal level. But having all of you together is and on a lovely morning, I think it can't get better. Thank you so much for taking the time out.
Thank you, Ashu.
Thank you, Ashu.
Before we dive into the, my apologies on the outset, right? For a little bit of a delay that we've had, these are snags that we can do little about. But before we dive into the discussion today, which is a very important discussion where we talk about, the new relationship that academia and industry has to build to tackle what's in the future for us, given the COVID disruption that we've been through. Why don't we have all of you to quickly introduce yourselves and we dive into the topic. Arunima, we'll start with you. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, Ashu. I work with Times Internet. I manage the learning and development for the entire organization there, and have been in L&D since the past, not many years. It's been a little more than 5 years, and before that it was recruitment, which was completely my forte. Enjoying every bit of my life in Times Internet and my work as well. And yes, really looking forward to be interacting with the rest of the panel and you.
Awesome. Before Nitin, I want you to introduce yourself, but just before that, can everybody mute their mics, please? I think there's a little bit of distance in the background, right, that we can hear.
Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Nitin. Yeah, I'm Nitin Kochhar. Currently,
Good morning, everyone.
currently working with White Hat Junior. I've been a startup guy for the last 10 years. This is my 5th startup I'm working. It's always great to like build businesses and create significant value. It's always exciting to work in a dynamic environment. We are trying to do something fantastic to give a very important skill to students in the schooling system, where we are working very closely with the school management to ensure certain skills are imparted at the right time to the students, and we can cover that during our conversation. Very excited to be here uh, to meet all of you and learn from all of you. Yeah.
Thank you, Nitin.
Yeah.
You all are most welcome. It is such a kind and such a uh, the way you have handled your career so far, and I know that most of you I don't know, only 2-3 people out here I know them, but I really welcome you as a moderator, and this is as a moderator for me an experience of conducting such sessions is because thanks to Ashu, he has given me this opportunity. Although this, I'm working like an amateur moderator right now. I've never been into any moderating sessions and all. I'm really thankful that.
I'll handle to this, right? I'll come to Agnivesh. Agnivesh, hi, it's good to have you with us.
Hello, good morning. So hi, this is Agni. You can call me Agni. Okay, I'm Agnivesh. I work for Accenture. I lead their human capital management capability for India and Philippines.
Wonderful. Wonderful. That was the crispest one that I've heard since the morning, right? Gaurav, I'll come to you. Gaurav, please introduce yourself.
Hi, good morning, Ashu and Renal. I'm very, very excited to be here. And last time I was hearing the energy which you guys technically were talking to, and I really, really envy Ashu that energy you carry back-to-back sessions. But then I am Gaurav Nigam from NIT. I've been a banker and an insurance professional throughout, and I've recently moved to NIT to manage and head their enterprise business majorly on a BFSI platform. We work with a lot of corporates, banks, insurance companies, scale their employees, recruit for them, and do a lot of skilling service for students as well. Thank you.
Very interesting. Neeraj.
Hey, good morning, everyone. So my name is Neeraj. I'm a part of Rebel, and I'm taking care of end-to-end HR operations activity at India level. And again, this is a startup, as Nitin said, that we are working in the startup, building a culture, building the ecosystem somewhere to again. It has a unique industry, and coming up the this industry plan, again building a unique ecosystem, to provide a better workplace for our people, for our members who are associated.
Very interesting. Thanks, Neeraj. Megha, I'll come to you.
Hey, a very good morning to all of you. Hope in this tough time you and your family are in good health and spirit. I'm Megha Mago. I'm working for LiveLike. It's been almost 4 years here, but in overall 13 years of journey, it has been a roller coaster of all challenges and opportunities. Because I have majorly worked with startup where I have seen companies growing from 10 to 200 to 50. So coming with different situations, coming with different opportunities, I'm blessed to be part of that kind of a circle. And I'm really happy to be part of this panel, this activity today, because I'm sure I'm going to learn a lot of stuff from you people. I'm going to share a lot of ideas which I have in my mind. So happy to be here, and thanks for inviting me.
Thanks. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Prashant.
Hi, morning, everyone. I hope everybody's doing fine.
Sorry, it took me a moment to come to you.
No worries, Ashu. I know you have a lot of balls in the air and you need to juggle between them.
Thank you for being kind.
Yeah, but happy to be here. And over almost 2 decades in the people and consulting space, I own the P&L for right management business in India. And as part of the work that I do, get to interact with a lot of colleges, education institutes, because we have a fairly established practice in the career management space, and also do a lot of work with corporates, of course, assessments, leadership development. So really looking forward to share my thoughts and listen to everybody else's thoughts on this important topic. Thank you. Thank you for having me, Ashu.
It's a pleasure, Prashant. It's a pleasure. Mukul.
Hi, everyone. Very good morning. And hi, Ashu and Nal. We've been very good friends for so long now.
Yeah, hi. Good morning.
Yeah, so my name is Mukul Mathur, and I lead the HR team for CG Darsal. And CG Darsal is basically it's a #1 FTL logistics player as of now. So I'm taking care of almost 4,000 people here with a turnover of 3,000 crores. And happy to be here, and I'm looking forward to the session and looking to learn from it. Thanks.
I think there's a lot that we need to learn from you, Mukul. I mean, I have the opportunity and pleasure of knowing you for a very long time, and I understand the way you deal with things. So I'm really looking forward to having all of you. I mean, thank you so much for taking the time out. It's a pleasure to have you, or have all of you, each one of you, with us. I'll move into the questions that I have, and this is a panel that I was looking forward to. Some very, very interesting takes. Like I mentioned at the outset, I think it's important that industry and academia start to work in a very different way, right? But before we dive into that construct, I think it's important to understand how has the industry reacted to COVID. I mean, this is not something that we were prepared for. We were calibrated for a very different, with a very different, agenda or vision. Appetite. I think the processes have been disrupted completely, right? We weren't really prepared for that. Arnama, I'll come to you, right? As an industry insider, right? How is it disrupted? For example, whatever you had built in terms of say training, learning, development within time, right? How has that changed?
Ashu, there has been more than enough said about and we keep saying it, how the pandemic has changed lives, and how people are now getting used to the new normal.
Right.
As I was telling a friend some days back, that yes, it is the new normal that we are getting used to, but who's to say that what we lived like till 2019 was actually normal? Maybe it wasn't, right? Human beings, as a habit, we like to be in control, and the pandemic has taken that one biggest thing away from us: control over everything. And it has instead replaced it with uncertainty.
Right.
We've been forced to be home. Our homes have overnight converted into workstations.
Right.
And talking about an L&D perspective, the entire vibe and group energy that used to come out from a classroom session has considerably reduced, considerably.
Right.
But in place of it, they have these rich conversations and innovative ways of engagement that have now started emerging in breakout rooms when you have a Zoom session.
Right.
The Zoom, Hangout, GoToMeetings, they have become our jargon now. We're talking about them day in and day out. Do I miss days when we used to have live training classes? Yes, I do. But then the bright side of it is I now see a lot of people across the country joining our learning classes, which never used to happen before.
Sure.
So on one hand, yes, it has disrupted to a large extent. I would not mince my words in saying, no, it's okay, to an extent. But again, the resilience of human beings is slowly starting to emerge and saying, what's the best that we can do out of this?
Interesting. Anima, that's a very interesting point that you've highlighted, right? I'll go to Prashant, right? Prashant, you are in a very unique position of knowing how a lot of businesses. I mean, you're into the consulting space, right? You must have seen a lot of businesses struggle, right? For the first couple of months, nobody really knew in terms of how to sort of handle the situation, right? I think there was a lot of I think trying to comprehend the new normal, right? What are your thoughts about this, right? I mean, how has this structurally shifted the industry's thought process?
It has shifted, and thankfully it has shifted, because obviously if you had not reacted to the situation in terms of challenging your own paradigms and relooking in terms of the way you do business, survival would have been difficult.
Sure.
And my experience with the industry, I think I sort of look at in terms of different organizations from a maturity curve at a different level. But if you really segregate into three compartments: the why, the what, and the how, and I see different organizations responding. So a lot of organizations have to go back and question themselves in terms of why we are doing what we are doing.
Right.
Right. And there's been a fundamental shift there.
Right.
And that's a very fundamental question that people have been forced to ask.
Right.
On the what part, right, in terms of, okay, my why has been established, probably I continue doing what I'm doing or redo it. The what part in terms of the specifics, right? What do I do in terms of meeting my vision of the organization? That again has been questioned a lot, and there's been a lot of rephrasing, repurposing around that. And then the last is the how part, the nitty-gritties in terms of looking at processes,
sure,
the way you approach the market, engage with the customers, your supply chain, and the disruption has happened depending on which industry do you function in.
Right.
The why has been questioned, the what has been questioned, and the how has been questioned. And different organizations are at different levels in terms of the maturity curves.
Interesting. Nitin, I'll come to you. Nitin, I think being at White Hat Junior must have been the most right thing that would have happened to you in your career, no? No, but I'm saying, that jokes apart, I think on a serious note, right? I think while of course you've seen, this is essentially what you were preparing for as a company, right? And this is something that has happened, and this is possibly fast-tracked and helped you achieve what ideally would have been like a 3-year or a 4-year process, right, in a much faster way. But you've been a professional who's operated in a lot of other businesses as well, right? So as a professional, what are your thoughts about the phase that that we've been through, and how has it literally changed everything around us structurally, especially in the business ecosystem, right? Where now we're thinking in a different way. I mean, digital is the mainstay for us, right? It's digital first everything, right? What are your thoughts about this?
I think everybody was pushed to death to innovate.
Right.
Right. There was no other option but to innovate.
Right.
Whether it is an online company, whether it is an offline company,
sure.
I think everybody innovated.
Right.
What products they had in past.
Right.
Maybe for online companies, 70% were relevant.
Right.
But there was a scope to innovate more.
Right.
Because suddenly you saw, like in education space, everybody were looking for online.
Right.
Maybe there were requirements for different kind of content. So everybody, I think, in the ecosystem had to innovate.
Right.
Right. I'll give you an example. Like I lead B2B business in White Hat. We are trying to build a school ecosystem where we teach coding to students and making the management aware that this is an important skill.
Right.
Cracking a B2B deal, for example, digitally was never imaginable.
Right.
Right. So you have to meet physically, right, to crack a deal. I'm just giving a real example, right? So obviously, I think those myths which were there has broken.
Right.
I think people are more innovative.
Sure.
There is much better collaboration, I see, especially in the corporate world. Startups are much more effective.
Right.
The time is not getting wasted traveling here and there.
Right.
I feel more peaceful personally.
Interesting.
Yeah. But at the same time, I see a big problem. Like since I'm closer to the school ecosystem,
right?
Tier 2, Tier 3 markets and not so very premium schools in the country really got impacted in terms of the learning outcomes.
Sure.
Correct. So obviously there is always a good side of the story.
Right.
Which we see, which is upper middle class and the metro kind of a thing.
Right.
But I think in the previous discussion, one person was talking about the Bharat. Right. I think we have to solve for Bharat. Bharat is still not solved.
Right.
And technology innovation can solve that. Obviously, people keep talking about it, but the real innovation is still like it has to come and long way to go. So I think technology can play a role. So there are, I think, good side and the bad side. I think good things became bigger, but still the sort of the untapped potentials. There is some movement, but lot has to be done.
Very interesting. I think some very interesting points, Nitin. I mean, with the Bharat theory, I think there is a view that I have, but I think we'll reserve that for a next conversation, which we hopefully will have very soon. But I think I'm going to move to my next question, right? Is essentially that, given the ecosystem that we're in, right, and which is a very connected ecosystem, right? I think consumers are now, I mean, it's become a habit, right? So they're now like a digital first economy, right? Of course, I mean, this is something which is going to pick up in, say, a Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4, and, and the rural areas. But I think we are essentially becoming a digital first economy, right? If not purchase, but the fact that you understand certain things about the product and everything, right, is essentially going to mean that organizations will have to be a lot more agile when it comes to digital skills, right, and the human resource that we have there. Gaurav, I'll come to you, right? I mean, you work in that area. What are your thoughts about it, right? I mean, how deep do you think is going to be the requirement for digital and tech skills? I mean, how do you see that evolve?
Ashu, multiple things to it, right?
Sure.
Now, frankly, from a digital perspective, while everybody's talking about digital first and all that initiatives, and it's there to stay, and we just heard Prashant and Arunima and Nitin talking about it, and it's there to stay. But the digital divide, and which is why the Bharat thing comes in, the digital divide is reduced for sure, right? But still, in fact, today morning newspaper I was just reading through and talking about schools, what Nitin was talking about. Still some 50% of the schools are still not even on that online education space. A lot of people are moving out. They are not even getting, in last 1.5 years, not even a single bit of education, right? So that's there. But from a corporate perspective, right? Now, the blockchain and all of that thing is coming over, the AI and ML, and everybody is getting and moving into that full stack programming, cybersecurity. All of that is here to stay, but then that's again limited. Corporates are moving in. But frankly, there's a huge supply and demand gap. Let me put it that way. Now, since we talk to a lot of these fintech companies, IT companies, and IT service providers, they need talent. Everybody is requiring talent because those are these hot technologies, and India is becoming a hotbed of all of this. So, but at the same time, the engineers which are passing up. And I just heard about, maybe in the last panel discussion, the need of specialization. There's a computer science engineer who's passing. He knows some language. He would know R, he would know Python. He's doing some of these.
Sure.
And then the specialization, he really into it. Does he know anything and everything about ML? Does he programming? Does he know cyber? These are those specializations which you need to know. And that's where the thing to happen. The engineer will typically join in the initial 6 months to 1 year only, and that's what we also do, right? We typically train those engineers in those companies. What has last, I think, 6 months to a year is, and I think we just heard in the earlier time, that people are now talking about, in the university itself, the need of the collaboration. So we have started collaborating with a lot of these universities, and we are teaching that industry relevant skills that too deep.
Interesting.
Not an overview level. That's how people are saying that, okay, if you get a skilled talent from day one, he's product, and people are happy to pay that kind of money and for learning architecture.
Interesting. I think Gaurav, I have a question. One of the questions that I'm going to have for the panel is essentially the the relationship between industry and academia, right? And I will come to you that, and we'll take that point at that point. The one you mentioned, Neeraj, I'll come to you, right? What are your thoughts? I mean, Rebel is, for example, you operate largely in a digital environment, right? And while early on in 19, digital skills were still sort of, kind of picking up, right? The quality and the amount of specialization and the requirement of specialization is completely changed, right? Because I think everything is now moved digital. While you had the construct, human resource was a problem, right? Now, I think 2020, what it's done is people have adopted to getting a lot of certifications, doing a lot more courses and stuff like that, right? How is this changed for you, right? Are you getting more people who are ready for a digital ecosystem? What's your sense of it?
So, yes, like we had to transform, more digital environment since the pandemic has begun. I believe before pandemic, we have experienced that like we were digitally connected, but not much. We have seen, however, if I talk about Rebel, we have achieved, it was little difficult, but not much difficult because we were able to achieve this in a very faster way because we used to use such technology platforms, some digital platform to use for our communication purpose, for our people, for our teams. So it was easy for us to achieve and set those benchmarks. But however, I still feel that for people who were not trained on such platform, it was difficult for them, to actually using such a platform since the pandemic has begun. Since we have what we say, switch our people. Like we have switch corporate people to working, to work from home. So for them, somewhere I feel that the people who were using the technologies or using the platform, it was easy for them, to come out with this situation or challenges. But the people who were not trained, was little difficult for them to come out of it. And yes, I would say, adapting a technology and figuring out a way that how could you complete your manual activities or physical works with the help of using technology is a new and most required skills. Like that has been differently what to say, that significantly we have different from earlier days.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Megha, I'll come to you. Megha, what are your thoughts about this?
See, as everyone said, 2020, 2019, end of the 2019, it's almost started when we people were not prepared for the worst to become, right? And we were in a stable and constant zone of like a daily routine, which we used to follow. And all of a sudden, this all situation came in. There are two things which happened during this pandemic. One is, of course, it took some time for companies to convert the whole process of operating, of understanding the market. But the second part is that these situations have brought a lot of digital stuff into the market. You know, where people used to handle a project management, now it is more like a digital project management. How you can work more in agile methodology. Digital marketing has become like an important thing in the market, right? Where you're not just playing with your content, you're playing more around social media channel. You're trying to have more analytics data. And that's what has bring a lot of emerging change in not only the life of people, not only the life of the individual, but also for as a company as a whole. When I talk about like recruiting in our company now, when we started, like we have a SDK platform, which is providing an engagement tool, engagement platform to the people who are fan of watching sports. And if you imagine pandemic bring a situation where all of a sudden there was no sport happening in the stadium. But at that time, business cannot be shut because companies are running on, on a terminology. There are a lot of commitments made to the market, to the people and all. That time bringing a concept of, okay, let's make a tool where people just sitting at their own home can interact with people round the corner without even going to the stadium in person. So it's almost like bringing innovation at every step, not in the thoughts, but also in the processes, in hiring people, in bringing a talent in the company. That all brings a lot of transformation to all the companies. And even if I talk about recruiting now, students are also getting more engaged from even third year of their degree. So if somebody was earlier used to be having a part of campus placement, post engineering, now that student can participate from the third year because one, there is no restriction on the location. A Bangalore college student can easily participate in any program for the company running in Gurgaon, right? So this way, there is an open pool. There's an open pool of talent. There's an open pool of opportunities where people are trying to learn and trying to adapt with these latest emerging trends.
No, I think that's a very important point that you highlighted, right? And I will come to you, on that particular bit where we start discussing, the new paradigm where, possibly human resource professionals or companies will have to start engaging with students much earlier on, right? But before I jump to that question, Prashant, I want to come to you, and Agni, I want to come to you guys specifically on this, right? Both of you operate in a consulting environment, right? You operate with more mature companies. Now, these were companies that were calibrated for a certain environment, right? How has the requirement of human resource changed, right? So there is one, of course, which is, people who are within these organizations, transitioning them with, new, say, learning practices in terms of, the digital stuff and, and helping them adopt to technology. And second is, of course, hiring more and more talent, which is slightly more savvier when it comes to the newer ways of working, right? What are your thoughts, Prashant? I mean, how is the traditional business ecosystem reacted to this?
So one thing that we need to realize, the human resource requirements of an organization doesn't happen in vacuum. So it's always an outcome. It's a cause and effect. So if your business model and the way the consumer is behaving changes, the type of your business model gets, needs to be disrupted. And if your business model needs to get disrupted, the people who are running that business model and executing on the ground, those skill sets. So it's always a cause and effect relationship that we're talking about. So number one, it doesn't necessarily happen in a vacuum. The second thing that we really need to understand and appreciate, we don't have the luxury of time. Organizations don't have the luxury of time. Everything is happening real time. Consumer behavior is changing real time. Your business models are getting disrupted real time, and hence the type of people that you need to have on ground needs to change real time. Then really comes, and this is the challenge that organizations have. Things need to happen now. You don't have the luxury of time on your hand. And then the whole rush in terms of the whole classical debate between buying, borrowing, building, that classical debate really comes into. And we need to be very pragmatic in terms of every strategy, the buying, building, every strategy has its own relevance, right? But the point is, organizations can't pick and choose. They need to be very real time, very real in terms of what's happening on the ground. So if digital marketing is something that you need to get into, do you have the luxury of time in terms of waiting and building and reskilling people? Probably you don't have. But can you sit back and not invest in your current people or tying up with academia to build a pipeline of talent who will fill in that entire need? That also is not a really smart thing to do. So this whole, and that's the struggle that organizations are facing. It's real time. How do I solve my gap now? And people will not, it has its incubation period. Then that's what organizations are struggling with. And every organization is having its own strategy: buying, building, tying up with institutes, edtech companies. If you talk to edtech companies, and a lot of them are clients, the corporate tie-ups that they have had in terms of running specialized batches for existing employees in organizations, it's phenomenal. A lot of action over there, right?
Interesting point, Prashant. I think what you've highlighted, I have like a bunch of questions in my mind, which I would want to deliberate with you at a separate occasion, right? But I'll come to Agni, right? Agni, what are your thoughts about this particular thing? I mean, you've been a consulting professional, right? What are your thoughts about this particular thing? I mean, resources. How do you very quickly build the resources required for the industry?
Okay, so I'll take 2 minutes in just adding to what our fellow panelists told about how we reacted, how my customers reacted, how organizations reacted in the pandemic. So everybody, I think from Arunima ma'am to Prashant, they have covered everything, right? So only one thing that I wanted to add was one, that this pandemic and probably taught us empathy, which we used to talk about during pre-pandemic. Second thing important to talk about, that how we could be resilient, right? And because every project we have got this business continuity plan that if something happens, we need to do, right? So what we need to do and emerge more, third important parameter is the minimalism. Minimalism as in that how to do more with less, right? We had less stuff, we have less stuff, and we did more, right? And we make sure that with all those softer part of skills by, in the empathy by stuff, we did that, right? Having said that. Now coming to the strategy, I was like, I keep telling to a lot of my counterparts in industry that if you can't build, just buy, right? So if you, because we don't have because we don't have luxury of the time that I cannot go and start investing, saying that fine, I will invest in vaccination, probably taking 5-6 years. Why not I buy which is available, right? So for the talent also, it's this war of talent. We all know that how resources are being built in, and how we are navigating for making sure that we are giving the right learning to the folks, contextual, relevant, as well as very practical learning, which will help them, not only them but also organization grow. So that contextual and relevant learning is very important. What we do in terms of our learning, or probably when we consult our customers in the learning, what we talk more about, that look at the options available. Either you can have internal grown stuff, or as Prashant and others say that there are a lot of corporate tie-up happening with Ivy business schools, and they're also offering the courses, and we are looking at those skills after the training need analysis we provide in this role. So these are the things that we generally do in terms of enhancing the capabilities in the organization in terms of resources.
Interesting, Agni. I think that's a very, very, very interesting point. I think in general, what has happened is that all of this, and this is a different perspective to the conversation, right? What pandemic has done is that it's made the customer a lot more mature, right? It's made the customer very, very aspirational. This is something that we were discussing in the last panel as well, right? Which essentially means, and with the kind of influence that the customer is going to now have, that essentially means that the preference pattern is going to shift very quickly, right? We'll not, for example, a product life cycle is not going to be a 6-7 year product cycle, right? And the ability to recreate it and apply a lot of permutation combinations will possibly change completely, which essentially means that everything that you had from your projections and your requirement for capital and everything is going to change, which essentially means your requirement for human resource is going to be very different, right? My question to this panel is, and I don't know, I'll come to you first on this one, is do you think that with this change, it'll become important? I mean, the learning curve will have to be, the industry gave a certain comfort to people who were joining the industry, right? Early on, you had a period of 6 months, about a year to get comfortable in the environment, right? And then learn the tricks of the trade, and then start performing and stuff like that, right? Do you think a lot of that is going to change? Do you think we are headed into a play, which Gaurav also highlighted, and I'll come to Gaurav in a bit, is that the requirement for a model is going to be very different? It's going to be that where the industry will have to collaborate with academia much early on, so that they don't get a raw deal at hand, right? They get a prepared professional who can be up and kicking in say 3 weeks, 4 weeks, possibly a month and a half too, right? At best. Is this a new trend that we're going to see? I don't know. What are your thoughts about it?
Ashu, I'm going to answer this in a little different way because I'm also
Sure.
looking at it from a professional perspective.
Sure.
So point number one, so one side of it would be that would I, as an organization, would I not love to have a recruit who comes with all the skills ready
Sure.
and be
Sure.
ready on the job, like on day 2 itself,
Right.
forget about a month. Absolutely, I'd love it. It would save
Right.
my cost and
Sure.
the business would be like, oh my God, you're a rock star.
Right.
However, does that then mentally close me to that percentage of recruits who have the right attitude to work and
Right.
learn, but do not come with the requisite skills?
Okay.
What do we do about that then?
Right.
So that brings me to another perspective, which says that organizations now need to relook at the kind of training programs they have.
Okay.
Let's not get into full-fledged, lengthy, good to have things, relevant and good to have things
Right.
that you think every recruit should have.
Sure.
Build very smart programs, build short-term programs, fill them in with relevant things that they would
Sure.
use on the floor once they get into the business.
Right.
Okay. If you do that, and if you ask yourself the question, like I ask myself as an L&D professional, I always ask myself the question, what I am teaching or what I
Right.
am getting my employees to learn, is that going to help them the moment they get back to the workstation?
Right.
If the answer is yes, then I have half won the battle there already.
Right. Right.
Okay? Now, to answer your question, that if should industries be engaging with academia much earlier?
Right.
I mean, this is a question which is very close to my heart. I always used to feel, and I still feel to a large extent, that academia, on an average, on a lot, or in a lot of sense, they are pure, full-fledged studies,
Sure.
academics.
Sure.
Do they equip a person for life skills or the skills that an industry today requires?
Right.
I don't think so.
Right.
Do we need to get there? Yes, we do. Absolutely.
Interesting.
The good part is that there are a lot of schools and colleges who are already letting an individual think for themselves.
Right.
What do you want in life? Which are the and young learners today, Ashu, believe me, they have a lot more clarity of mind than we used to when we were at their age.
Right.
Because they have a whole lot of digital, the digital world is open to them. Social media is open to them.
Sure.
They know what they want very early on in their lives.
Right.
So if they know what they want, which industry they want to get into, which academics they want to choose, which will help them further in that industry,
Right.
then why not have academics and industries collaborate and start, sow that seed very early in their lives that, hey,
Right.
we are here to help you get there.
Right.
So
So essentially, what
that's
you're saying is that collaboration is very important, right? And I think it's going to become
absolutely
more prevalent, is
essential.
what you're highlighting, right?
Absolutely essential.
Adama, I'm going to move to Mukul on this one. Mukul, you've been waiting very, very patiently. My apologies. I've wanted to come to you earlier, but I've not had the chance. What are your thoughts about this, Mukul?
See, as far as the collaboration with the academics is concerned, as I think Arunama has rightly mentioned, that I think the students in the current scenario are much more aware, much more understanding and much, they're actually aware where exactly they want to go, right? Which was not the case when, when we were studying actually, right?
Sure.
So they're much more clear in terms of the direction they want to move in, the career they want to choose, the course, even the institutes also.
Right.
They start preparing for those, even for, they know, okay, this is the institute which I would like to get into.
Sure.
So since they're so much clear about, their path, their direction, then probably I think it's very, very important if we can collaborate with such, institutes early in the, early in the stages,
right.
Try and understand the aspirations of the students,
right.
and try and link it with the objectives of our organization.
Right.
So how exactly these students can actually serve the purpose of the larger purpose of the long-term goals of our organization over a period of time. So once you start engaging with them during the first phase itself, now you can see, you can actually identify and pick and choose the students who are actually fitting into your kind of a, the objective with of your organization, which you intend to, intend to move towards as an organization. So I think it's an important task. But again, I think most of the organizations have not been doing it, including ours as well. But this is what we definitely intend to do.
That's an interesting confession that you're making, Nitin. I'll come to you, right? Before I move to closing this panel, right? I mean, you're a business head, right? What do you think about this as a business head? I mean, your biggest task is, how do I build my team, right? What's the kind of time for them to contribute to my revenue numbers, right? What do you think is an ideal point, right? How do you drive that? I mean, would you want to train? I mean, you're training kids at school, right? You're making them industry ready at school, right? Or maybe giving them an expression, right? The way you would want to put it, of expressing themselves. But do you think it's important for industry and education institutions to start interacting much early on, so that they are better prepared for the industry as they come out of the job, right? Do you think it's going to be an important piece?
Okay, I don't know if you guys are aware, there is a PISA framework, which is a program for international student assessment, which does a test every 3 years, where they test 15-year-old kids and check whether they have understood the concepts of science, mathematics, logical reasoning, basic 21st century skills, their reading skills and all that. I don't know if you're aware, but we, as a country, we appeared in 2009, where we were second last in 74 countries. I think Kyrgyzstan, which is a part of old Russia, was like the last country. We were the second last, because the thing is, what we are taught at a very foundational level in the schooling ecosystem, it's all mugging, and obviously we are trying to address that through the new education policy. But it is very, very unfortunate to see even computer engineers passing out, and you ask them a basic code to write, a basic program to write, to build a basic app, for example, for some problem. I can bet you, with the kind of like the engineering breed of people we are getting, they will struggle to build a basic app. Right. I think that is a problem which has to be solved at a very grassroots level, very early in time. Our thesis has been that the early years, which are more formative years, or maybe let me put it 6 to 18 years, is when you build the 21st century skills of collaborative problem solving, creativity, critical thinking. Coding is a medium, which is a multidisciplinary kind of a thing. It's not just like writing a code, but pushing the guy to think how to become a creator for life, how to become So just last point. So here, I think it's very important that the startups, because they are always ahead of the curve, the industry bodies, working closely at a very early stage, both in schooling ecosystem, as well as the college ecosystem, really solving the problem at a root level, so that the graduates which are coming are industry ready, employable, because the biggest problem is underemployment, not employment in our country. Yeah, I just want to stress upon that point.
I think it's an interesting point that you're highlighting, Nitin, right? I mean, I think you're answering this question in a different way. You're saying that, why college, right? Let's take it to the school, right? And let's make them industry ready at that level, right? Let's give them that orientation and agenda, right? Gaurav, you've been evangelizing this entire space, right, for the longest time, right? In a way, you've gotten to a point where you kind of you kind of cracked it to a certain extent, right? And of course, you're increasing your footprint, right? What's an ideal model? I mean, what do you think is an ideal model, right? While you're preparing students for these, these skills so that they become industry ready and relevant, more importantly, what do you think is an ideal model? I mean, what's that combination? What's the right combination?
So let me put it that way. While in India, there cannot be any ideal model. Let me put it very frankly. Okay. And obviously, it depends from university to university. Right. And maybe if you begin at grassroots level, what Nitin was referring to, students getting into that mode right now straight away, then obviously it helps. But from a university perspective, and let me just give you certain points.
Right.
And we obviously do some of these things quite for a lot of these corporates and of these banks and IT companies. Right. The differences. Okay, let me just put it the difference. Now, currently, if you look at an average graduate passing out,
right,
his employability, we typically see that unemployment rate is going up and up and up. Right?
Right.
At the same time, if you actually ask banks, ask IT companies, ask manufacturing, ask consumer durable companies, they don't get talent at all. So there's a huge divide, right? So which means you have to work with academia to provide that talent. If you don't, and so it's a comprehensive learning in a way. Well, it is not just teaching the student, but teaching the lecturer as well.
Right.
Because it's not that the student is doing a 3-month, a 6-month program. He's understanding it. It's just that it has to come right from the university that why the need is there. You may have to rewrite the curriculum. The curriculum for a lot of these universities are age old, while a lot of the universities have caught up on it and they have changed the curriculum along with the industry so that they can redesign, co-design the curriculum. But in a lot of, and that's just hardly 5 to 10% of the universities we're talking about. The remaining 90% still work on the same old curriculum, like Nitin was saying, the same while the NEP and all of that has come up. But that's what I'm saying. So if you typically collaborate together with industry, I am sure there are a lot of these labs, a lot of these IT companies, I'm sure, and Agni would know, Accenture has started some of these collaboration with some of these universities, right? From that perspective, that's how you typically get into the nitty-gritty of the things. And I completely agree to what Nitin was saying. A lot of these computer engineers, you forget about writing an app, right? There are multiple things which you can't even talk about it, right?
But
so
listen,
that's what the reality is.
But listen, I kind of understand where we're coming from, right? But I think the student can be half blamed, right? I think it's a very different kind of I think there are a lot of other things that need to be corrected, right? You need to correct the student, right? I think student is only half responsible, right? I think a student is a product of, it's a byproduct, right?
So he should get that platform. So we are providing that platform, but we obviously we are scaling up. Then there are enough and more people who are providing that platform. That platform is not there. So somebody has to tie up with that platform. You can't get specialist straight away. There'll be a doctor, there'll be a doctor. But then if you get to a specialist, then the specialist has to go to a specialist only.
Right. I think there are new intersections that are emerging. There are new intersections that are emerging, and I think the student needs to be prepared for that, right? Like you said. So, for example, if it's healthcare, it has to be tech with healthcare. If it's agriculture, for example, it has to be tech with agriculture, right? So there are very interesting intersections that are coming up, right? Agni, I'll have you take the last point before I wrap up this panel. My sincere apologies to all the speakers, right? I mean, this is with paucity of time, there's only little that you can do on the panel. Agni, your point, please.
So I agree with Gaurav, and I say in Hindi, एकलव्य को दोष मत दीजिए, द्रोणाचार्य का भी गला पकड़िए. That you need to look at the institution to build your students.
Right.
When I go to campus, what I look at whether the guy is curious, creative, is he able to solve the problem, and does he know the basics of it? I don't care what technology he's coming from, because I know that once he comes, if he has these basic skills, we can mold him to any technology. With that, thank you so much, Asu, for having us here. And it was wonderful discussion and learning from all the co-panelists.
I think, honestly, how I wish in my heart, I could go on with these conversations. It's unfortunate that, we have to work with limited times. But like I said, my team will reach out to you. I would want to carry these conversations on a one-on-one dialogue with you. You should hear from us between tomorrow and day after. Thank you, each one of you, for taking the time out. It's been a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ashu.
Thank you, Ashu.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Really nice interacting. Yeah.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thank you, Ashu. Thank you, Murul. And thank you, esteemed.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
It was a
Thanks, Ashu. Thanks, all.
very critical conversation, and very important points were noted. India Education Futures Creating Digital Economy. Our partners, India Education Network, Knowledge Partner, Grant Thornton, Growth Analytics, NBT.India. Global Partner, W Hub. Associate Partner, Startup India, Makers, Growth Head, Cbox Advisory. Desired Partner, Nauticao. Our next session is on innovation on campus, evangelizing entrepreneurship, creating a startup nation. This session is moderated by Aman Dal, Asia Tech Journal, and Ashu Agarwal, India Advisor, Asia Tech Journal. I would like to introduce the panelists. Dr. Kuldeep Singh, Dean Academics, AIIMS Jodhpur. Dr. Arshad Noor Siddiqui, Professor, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. Shadab Mobin, Chief Executive Officer, ANDC Instart Foundation, Business Incubator. Vivek Verma, Senior Advisor, Government of Telangana. Rajesh Joshi, CEO, AIC Goa Institute of Management. Ajit Nigam, CEO, NIFT Foundation for Design Innovation. Dr. Vikas Sahu, Chief Innovation Officer, Mala Reddy Health City. Dr. Nikhil Agarwal, Chief Executive Officer, IIT Kanpur, First and C3I Hub. Mrityunjay, PhD, Director General R&D at KIIT University. And Dhruv Gupta, Head of Operations, ITIC IIT Hyderabad. Welcome guests to the next panel. Over to you, Ashu.
Thank you, Arvind. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to have each one of you with us today. This is a panel which is very close to my heart, right? I think innovation on campus, I think has become so much more relevant with what we've witnessed in the last, a little over a year. I think COVID has really changed how we need to look at innovation, right? And I think the role of campuses is going to be very, very critical when it comes to cultivating, incubating a lot of these innovations, right? With that, I'll move into this panel, and why don't we start with a quick round of introduction? Dr. Nigam, I'll come to you first. You're the first one visible on my screen. Why don't you introduce yourself? There's some very exciting work that you've been doing at NIFT and in the past, at UPS. Why don't you tell us a little about yourself and the work that you're doing?
Thank you, Ashu. This is Dr. Ajit Nigam. I'm currently the CEO of NIFT Foundation, which is a Government of India effort for innovation and startups within the fashion and textile space.
Right.
And before that, I've been working with the University of Petroleum and have built the startup ecosystem of Uttarakhand.
Wonderful, wonderful. Vivek?
Thank you. Good morning, Ashu, and good morning to the other panelists and all the attendees. My name is Vivek Verma. I'm currently a senior advisor with the Telangana government focused on social innovation and social impact. And this is something I'm doing after completing a 30-year stint and becoming what I fashionably call a corporate jump out to focus on social innovation, because that's where my passion lies. Right. I also do a lot of work on student entrepreneurship. I am a member on the TIE board for TIE Hyderabad and lead their global student entrepreneurship program. So I'm very curious to learn new things from this panel today about innovation on campus.
So are we, Vivek. So are we. We know there's a lot of intelligence on your end, and we look to capture that today in the session. Dr. Kuldeep.
Yeah, good morning, Ashu, and good morning, all the panelists. Thanks for inviting me for this panel. I am Dr. Kuldeep Singh, Dean Academics at TIMSS Jodhpur. And we have a campus which is looking after the training of the MBA students, postgraduates, super specialists, PhDs, and the masters in public health. And we are also part of the India Student Innovation Center at TIMSS Jodhpur.
I think there's some great work. There is some great work in the process, sir.
Yes.
Which we've had the opportunity of speaking about separately, right? I look forward to having you, sir.
Sure, thank you.
Aman, I have you. I see you. But I'll wait for you to introduce yourself towards the end of this thing. Dr. Vikas?
Everyone, I'm Dr. Vikas, and I'm Chief Innovation Officer at Mallaradi Health City. So here at Mallaradi Health City, we have 2 medical colleges and 2 dental colleges, and we are developing a system of innovation and entrepreneurship for our students, and how can they adapt to upcoming newer technologies in the medical domain. So we are helping them to connect with the startups, and startups connect with them, and not even students, also faculty, so that they can also upgrade themselves.
Very interesting. And Dr. Vikas, by the way, for everybody who's listening, is an entrepreneur himself, right? Who's been funded by BIRAC twice on some very interesting development that he's done. We'll talk about that, Vikas, at a later point. I'll move to Dr. Siddiqui. Dr. Siddiqui, I have had the opportunity of interacting with you personally on multiple occasions. There is some great work that you are building at Jamia Millia. It's a completely new direction that you're giving to the institution.
Thank you, Ashu, and a very good morning to all the panelists. And I must also thank Mr. Ashu as well as the Asia+Tech team, Asia+Tech Journals team, for giving me the opportunity to actually not share, but also to hear the elite group of panelists over here. Sure. I am a professor of mechanical engineering in Jamia Millia Islamia, and I was also instrumental in the draft of startup policy, as well as I am also looking after CIE activities, innovation and entrepreneurship activities of Jamia Millia Islamia. And I have been into this profession for the last 25 years, and my main hobby include product development and prototyping. Very good morning to you all.
There is some very interesting work that you've done in your labs, right? I have the opportunity of seeing it, and we look forward to speaking with you, not just here, but even beyond this, Dr. Siddiqui. I'll move to Mrityunjay sir. Mrityunjay sir, you've been an architect of, when it comes to campus, innovation on campus, right? You've been one of the champions of this cause. And while you've been based in Orissa, you've been evangelizing it, the most with the central government, with the state government. Why don't you tell us a little more about that?
Thank you for your great words, Mr. Asu. I think good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mrityunjay Swar. You can call me as an entrepreneurial professor. I was heading the School of Biotech at KIT, which I established as a founder director. Then I moved as Director General, but more I'm known for my CEO activities in KIT Technology Business Incubator. Right. So it's funded by almost all Government of India agencies, a lot of international agencies, 240 plus companies we have incubated, and 75% belongs to manufacturing. So you'll see they're developing a lot of things and raise good amount of money, both from the private equity fund. So I'll tell you more about that, how we have been promoting this culture in Odisha and beyond Odisha, going to all part of East and Northeast. Thank you.
It's super to have you with us. It's super to have you with us. I'll move to Dr. Nikhil. Dr. Nikhil, I see you at a distance, right? For some reason, I wish you were a little closer to us. I mean, technology is, we are.
No, he's like that. He sees from far.
As my friend Mrityunjay has said, that I see things from far because you get a wider view.
Interesting.
So thanks a lot. Happy to see all the friends, Bharat, Mrityunjay, and of course Ashu and others. Startup ecosystem is a very small ecosystem.
Yes.
Maybe a few hundred people are there, and many of us are surviving for last 10-15 years. So if we don't know each other, there is something wrong. That's what it said. So just about me, and of course Ajit, I saw Ajit also sitting there. So I had 2 activities at IIT Kanpur. My first role is the CEO of the incubator. We are one of the oldest incubators in the country with 20 years of existence. Right. And recently we set up the cyber security hub with a very generous grant from Government of India, DST, that I am also heading. We are focusing on cyber physical systems.
Wonderful, wonderful. It's good to have you with us, Dr. Nikhil. I'll move to Shadab Saab. Sir, you are heading a Delhi government's initiative on innovation incubation on campus. Please introduce yourself. Please tell us a little more about that.
Yeah, good morning, Ashu, and good morning to all the co-panelists. I am heading a business incubator called ANDC in Start, which is housed in an undergrad college, DU constituent college called Achar Naren Dev College. This is under the Delhi government incubation policy, under which 11 incubators were initiated. So it has been about 3 years now, and despite being an undergrad college with the limitations of not being a technical institute, despite that, we have been able to attract quite a number of good applications and good incubatees into the fold. from within the campus. And currently our strength of incubators is 17, out of which 7 are from the host institute.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Rajesh, I'll come to you. I mean, we've had the privilege of working together in Rajasthan, in Jaipur, and now I see you as the CEO of Goa Institute of Management, AIC. Tell us a little more about yourself, Rajesh.
Thank you, Ashu, for having us here. I think Asia Tech Journal is doing a brilliant conference for the last 2 days. Happy to be part of it. I'm so excited to have the veterans of incubation in India on this panel. So thanks for even doing that. Looking forward to learn from the fellow panelists. We are an incubator based in Goa Institute. It's a very, very new incubator, started 2.5 years back. We are housed in a B school, management school. So the kind of student entrepreneurs or the kind of skill or kind of support we need to provide is a bit different than most of you. But I'm so happy that we have veterans here, and I'm looking forward to more learn from all of you rather than share my thoughts. So Ashu, you can keep my voice to the minimum, yeah. So I look forward to learn from all of you veterans here. Thank you. Stay safe.
Varad, if you could introduce yourself. There's some great work that you've been doing, and you're working at a very interesting inflection point between corporates and institutions and startups, right? And not a lot of people, can enjoy that kind of an experience, or can read about that kind of experience, right? Why don't you tell us a little about yourself?
Thank you, Ashu, for inviting me, and great meeting you all, fellow panelists. This is a wonderful opportunity for us to get to know each other. And what's more, we need to collaborate after this. It shouldn't be just a meeting. We can do a virtual handshake and go home. No, I want to collaborate with each one of you. So just quickly to tell you, right, I'm also the CEO of the GAIN, India's #1 privately run accelerator. It is an accelerator which is also backed by MeitY. And we have been working with many governments worldwide, bringing startups from, for example, Korea, Germany, just about 15 countries. We've been bringing startups to India to develop their markets for their products and their solutions. More and above that, we have already done about 5 cohorts, and these are all fully funded by MeitY. And this is an acceleration program, not an incubation program. So we are happy to work with all your incubators that are there in this discussion. I'm bringing another very unique experience. I'm an executive turned serial tech entrepreneur. I've been through 5 exits myself, including 2 IPOs. And I run a global program called the 100 Open Startup that you can see behind me. That was actually founded in UC Berkeley in the year 2007 with the support of 40 corporations. That is very unique. We have Intel, IBM, HP, these kind of big names. They were sector agnostic. And today we have over 5,000 corporations supporting us, where it is an approach where the startup can build.
We'll just come to that, right? So, yeah, we'll just come to that. I think there is some very interesting work that you're doing, and I promise you, you will have the opportunity to talk about all of that. Dhruv, if you could introduce yourself, please.
Yeah. So I just wanted to stop there by saying there are a lot of academic programs that we run that will be very interesting for all of you. There's one called the Straschek Center for Entrepreneurship, University of Munich. It's a world-class 40 incubator network. And if you're interested, we are actually adding more, incubators from India to this alliance called as Straschek Center for Entrepreneurship. And I would welcome each one of you to benefit from this network as well.
Interesting, Varad. Interesting. Dhruv.
Hey everyone, I'm Dhruv. I'm the head of operations for Edtech at IIT Hyderabad. So Edtech actually is the umbrella organization which handles all the incubation, innovation, and startup activities at IIT Hyderabad. We have multiple incubators as well as incubation programs as well as acceleration programs within Edtech. So like I had joined here just last year. Before that, I was working with Rajesh. We were working together in Rajasthan. Before that, I had my own startups from where I made exits and invested in a few more.
Interesting.
I'm happy to see veterans over here. Like my feelings are same as Rajesh.
I think all of us are very young. I think let's keep it at that, right? I think let's stop calling ourselves veterans. I think COVID has changed all of that.
The feeling I'm getting is there are a lot of people I know over here who are very close by, like physically, but we haven't met. So like Vivek is just half an hour away from me, and we are just sharing thought. Like it's been long. Same as with Vikas. Same is with Rajesh. So Rajesh, I think we have met 2 years back, and we are just on and off over chat. So like,
interesting.
Yeah, I would
Interesting.
like to have conversations with everyone and learn more.
You know, I would, on the outset of this conversation, I would want to apologize to each one of you. Typically, when you're running a panel, there is a paucity of time. I might not be able to ask you as many questions I would love to, but we're going to cover, all of that across independent conversations, right? One-on-one conversations, right? And my team is going to reach out to you, and we're going to do 40-50-minute sessions with each one of you, right? But thank you so much, each one of you, of being here. My co-host for the session is Aman Dhal. Aman, why don't you quickly introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, hi. I think great panel. I think, the variety of people we have on the panel is amazing. And I think kudos, Ashu, for doing some amazing work in getting all of these people together. So I think not to waste any more time, I will just introduce quickly myself. I'm Aman. I'm a journalist turned entrepreneur turned entrepreneur. In my last role, I developed the whole media and communication strategy for Policy Bazaar. And now I run my own integrated communication.
So I think
company called Comscredible. Yeah. On the education side, I've been involved deeply in the last 10 or so years. I've been involved in various capacities, including teaching, mentoring, and also on the advisory board of Delhi University, Khalsa College. I was teaching there. I've been recently involved with BML Munjal. I've been involved with the IIMC in Institute of Mass Communication. I was on the advisory board of Loughborough University, UK, where I'm also an alumnus from. Plus, NASCOM 1000 Startups, I'm one of the mentors. I'm also mentoring on the Haryana government side. So, I think, Ashu, if you give me the opportunity, should I start the agenda and ask questions?
Aman, I'll take the first question and then I'll hand it over to you.
Awesome.
And so I think what has happened is COVID has really changed, how we look at innovation, right? And like I said right in the beginning of our panel, right? It's become very important for institutions to, they're going to have a very important role. They're going to be the key architects of, what really comes out, right? In terms of digital solutions, right? For the new India that we have the possibility of creating, right? With that, with that question, I'm going to come to you, Mr. sir. You've been a champion of this entire thing for the longest time, right? How do you feel in a post-COVID environment, right? How is this role going to become all the more important, right? What are some of the key things that you're doing at KIT and KISS, right, in terms of cultivating that environment of innovation? Mr. sir?
Oh, this is to me? Oh,
yes.
Good.
Yes.
No, so thank you for this. So I think what we understood in our experience, that we very early stage, you understood that COVID is a new normal.
Sure,
so for that, if you look at, I'm sitting in this building, this is an incubator. The next one is backside. That was under development. But in 2020 June, we really moved many of our facilities to that side. So we maintained those social distance, tried to push our startups.
Right.
So in this time, we could show to the country also that many of our startups are doing their job in the in the campus. And very couple of things I can tell you, the new things we have done with the government of Odisha. They approached us. They realized the startups has a lot of potential. So they approached us, and we'll be happy to tell you that with the support from government, the other things, 6 of our startups ventured into COVID testing facility, got a 15 crores business for startup for that. So they were dying, but they could really survive during these 6 companies now, maybe more than 100 crores turnover just because of COVID. So what we realized that we are building strategies, very flexible people, and KIT TBI itself believe in the model of a startup, because we are always, building our plans just to build the business plan and to survive. So for that, KIT has given a lot of freedom, and 2 buildings were occupied just because of COVID, because the whole building was empty because no students. And that's how we could maintain distance, and startups didn't stop their activities. In a 1,000 square feet, 3 employees or 4 employees working. That's what KIT was generous to support them. And apart from that, 7 startups could provide solution, took them to state government. They started manufacturing for the for the government of Odisha and the district headquarters. And with the government of DST, we got several support. So just to tell you that we never stopped during COVID. even we became much more productive with our strategy, with the right kind of business plan. Thank you.
Right. Very interesting. I will go to Nikhil, right? Nikhil, you know, how is COVID changed it for you?
So it's an old saying that if you miss a good crisis,
right,
most likely you are stupid. And we realize, sorry about that, but this is quite the majority of the innovations, if you see worldwide, and if you see of innovation, the majority of innovations have come during the extreme crisis time. Be it World War I, be it World War II, even the surveillance and the security side, when the 9/11 happened, and some of the innovations which has happened regarding drone technology, aviation, regarding when the Gulf War happened. Same thing, we realized very early during the COVID time that there is an opportunity to build up the manufacturing startups and the hospital health related startups in India.
Right.
And we're glad to know that in the last 2 years, we have incubated more than, I would say, 65 new companies, and many of them are into the health tech space. And today, some of the companies are doing extraordinarily well. One of the company which was Noark Robotics, which was just doing a business of 1.5 crore, today their valuation has soared up to 1,500 crores. So that kind of changes has happened because of COVID. And of course, many companies have gone belly up, but the whole institution came forward. They have put in the weight behind, the professors, scholars, everybody has put in the weight behind, and they were able to bring the technologies out in the market where when the India needed the most. So I think the COVID has been good for innovation and scientists. Like we were on the bottom of the pyramid in terms of like the top, there are religious leaders, then political leaders, then officers, and then blah, blah, blah. And we are the scientists, innovators at the bottom of the pyramid. But I think we have moved a little bit up during the COVID time. The respect has gained. So I would say the COVID has not been too bad for the scientific and innovation community.
No, I think there's some great work that has happened, you know, at first by IIT Kanpur. I think Professor Karandekar, you know, you published a book around it, right? The ventilator project. I think there's some very interesting stuff that has happened, right? And I'll come to that bit, Nikhil, in just a bit. Mr. Mobin, I'll come to you. Sir, you were running this initiative, right? How is 2020 been for you, right? You know, how has it changed the aspiration of creating more and more startups, right? And because now, you know, essentially we are in a digital ecosystem, right? It becomes important. So how has this changed it for you?
Yeah, so like I said, we had those incubators which were not very high on tech, right? Sure. And we were not in the domains which were which had the opportunity to, so to say, in the times of COVID. So so we didn't have that kind of movement around the biotech or healthcare. Right. But having said that, based on our networks in the industry and the government, we were able to mentor non-incubators. So we got some certain inquiries from within the country as well as outside people. Some innovations, for example, a New Zealand company, they had developed a testing device, and they wanted to associate with an incubator which can take their product for live testing and taking approvals with the necessary authorities. So we helped them. So it was sort of a soft full landing for them. So these kind of opportunities came our way. The biggest opportunity for the incubator, from the point of view of the incubator, was that because of the immediate push towards digital, we were able to break the boundaries of the geography limitation, so to say. So now we were interacting with people or the applicants all across India. Earlier we had the limitation that you had to be in Delhi, you had to be in a close vicinity to the campus that we are in. But and that is also for the people, for the mentor pool that we had. Now we have the flexibility of having mentors from all across. I mean, now I have mentors who are very regularly mentoring our incubators and who are not from India. Right? Very interesting. So that has been the positive change in that aspect. But from the point of view of incubators, just because we were not in the domains which had the opportunity to actually cash in on the COVID. So we were not able to capitalize on that.
Very interesting. So I think there are some very interesting points that you've highlighted, right? I specifically have a point on healthcare innovation, right? And I'll come to Dr. Kuldeep and Vikas on that in just a bit. But Ajit, I want to come to you first, right? What COVID has also done is that it's renewed our understanding of design and creativity, right? And my personal sense is that businesses are built around these aspects. UI UX, for example, has become very important. Engagement has become very important, and that is, design, for example, is being looked at in a very different way, right? And to enable consistent engagement, design is the filler, right? And here you are at NIFT, and where you are essentially now incubating, or you're going to be incubating a lot of course, startups which are in the textile space and in the fashion space. But essentially, what you're also cultivating is a design culture, right? What are your thoughts about how? So, for example, how has 2020 been for you? And how is this, do you think, going to change some of those bits and pieces for you while you incubate some of the startups?
Right, a very interesting question. Now, let me talk about this is a fact that the NIFT Foundation, the new incubator, was born during the crisis.
Okay.
So the company is a new company incorporated in July 2020 itself. Okay. And with that being a base, and the fact that NIFT has 18 campuses across the country, we decided that we will build a digital strategy. Mm-hmm. Thereby, we decided to go very deep into the fashion and textile space. Sure. Of course, design thinking is a fundamental element which is applicable everywhere. So we started looking at 4 incubators. You have a smart wearable systems, you have fashion and textiles, you have apparel, athleisure, and home and spaces. That's sure. 4 verticals. Now these verticals we are they are at different locations within the NIFT campuses. Now, in order to connect all these 18 campuses together, so we are using completely a digital infrastructure. So the whole idea of people coming to a particular location is kind of getting ruled out. What we are doing within these domains, we would be having our capital assets there. And anybody from any part of the country, so this is just not NIFT. This sure. is an initiative funded by Ministry of Textiles. Thereby, right. Any Indian citizen can take part into this. And sure. If they have fashion and textile related area, and I am a person who firmly believes that we also need to go into sectoral incubators, and this is sure. where we are trying to build strengths. Sure. And once we do that, we find that there are a lot of people, not only in India and across the world, are coming to us trying to innovate. When we're doing that, they would need to create prototypes. So, or we right. have those machines coming up, those design thinking, the complete faculty of NIFT is available with us, plus a lot of others are engaging with us.
Interesting.
So thereby there is this change that we are not really looking at a physical space. Sure. We are looking at virtual. Physical is only for production, for prototype development.
Very interesting, Ajit.
Is the approach we are taking.
Very interesting, Ajit. Dr. Kuldeep Singh, Vikas, there has been a renewed pressure on healthcare, right? I mean, healthcare innovation was being talked about. There was a little bit of a conversation which was happening. It wasn't necessarily institutionalized, right? And I think what we see at now, AIMS, Dr. Singh, and Vikas, where you're leading innovation at Malla Reddy group of institutions and the healthcare initiative, this has become very, very mainstream, right? Why don't you tell us a little more about, the current arrangement that you have or the partnership that you've built with the Sweden government, and you're cultivating innovation on campus at AIMS Jodhpur. Vikas, I'm just coming to you. Please, sir.
Yeah, Ashu, that's very interesting. Actually, healthcare is a little complex than the other technology development. And sure. because we are at the ground reality dealing with directly with the patient, and we came to know, and we have invented and we have innovated also some of the new things, devices, but and we have been provided by the other institute some innovative devices. Sure. But what we found that dealing with the patient is a little challenging issue. And now we are learning with the IIT Jodhpur also. There are certain issues which they face, which are challenging. And for us also, there are some challenges because safety is the first of the foremost thing. So whatever innovation have been done in the last 1 year, we find that 70% of them are not applicable directly to the patient because right. of the safety issue. Even we talk about the ventilators, they are not useful. And we found that instead of having the ventilators, we just have the oxygen delivery device along with the blenders. They are wonderful and they are saving the lives of the patient. And they are costing just 2 lakhs or 2.5 lakhs only. So with this, we were experimenting with the help of the medical students and our partnership with the IIT Jodhpur. And also the India Student Innovation Hub has been created at IIT Jodhpur. So we have 14 startups which are working with us. And we are mentoring them because they are now working on the ground reality. There is a clinical immersion with the patient directly, and we are guiding and supervising, and they are helping them that which is the right approach for these patients, for these students in the startup. So again, this is a very great learning, and we have also started one of the course, which is a very innovative course in India. That is the dual joint program with IIT Jodhpur. So in Jodhpur, IIT Jodhpur joint program, and there are 3 degrees. There is a master's degree, there are dual degree, and the PhD program. So they are being recruited, and we are taking 10 students of each stream. So they are working with us in the clinical immersion, and we are developing some of the technology which may be definitely useful for the society.
Very interesting. Vikas, if you could tell us a little about this particular bit, right? How's the landscape of innovation changed while you look at from both the angles, right? From incubating innovation and from utilizing innovation, right? How's things shaped up for you?
So, what I will say is, like, in our institute, innovation and research activities, because we are very young institute, we started by the end of 2019. Like when we started, COVID came. So, but we never lost that opportunity. And in fact, we tried to gain what we can do through it. We helped a lot of startups who are coming to us. Like there were lots of startups who are through IIT Hyderabad and other institutes who are working in solutions for the COVID related problem or the other problem which they can solve in the pandemic times. So we helped them. We got them to connect with the doctors, and doctors help them with what exactly they need, what is the requirement they have to solve this current problem, and how they can verify their solutions which they are bringing to the hospitals. So it was like, as Kuldeep sir said, that it was a clinical immersion phase for startups where they can really understand what exactly is the problem and how they can solve. Apart from that, we also found that doctors also became very innovative at this phase of time, where doctors said, why can't we do like this, or why can't we do like this to solve this problem? So definitely this has inculcated a culture that doctors are giving their own solutions. Earlier, doctors were like a bit restricted to innovations because the tech domain or the connect or the design innovation process, they are not been well aware of, because they are more focused on the services to the patient. But now our doctors were very getting to orientation toward the technology, what are the new things happening, and what are the things which they can provide so that the solutions can come to the real-time practice. So innovation as in a curiosity level has also been developed in the doctors. So that's one part. Apart from that, we also established our clinical research center or clinical trial unit, where we did our vaccine trials and the molecule trials, which were many other companies have developed, and those are still in the process. So those things also we did, and it also exposed our doctors for the clinical research domain, which they were trying to, they were not so much exposed of at this institute. Apart from the students, so as it was said, we are at a campus where regulatories and the exposure to the COVID cases were more, so students was not there. But we helped them to connect with the webinars and the other educational series which were conducted by the others, other incubator which are whom we have partnered. And I'll proud to say that one of the faculty have got a Nidhi Prayas grant from IEF IIT Hyderabad.
Oh, wonderful.
And one of the students who got an entrepreneur in residence scheme through IIT Hyderabad. So definitely, we are very young, but we have done a significant role, and we will be doing the those.
Interesting. Great work, because there. Aman, you have a question for the panel. I
think one of the questions I would definitely like to ask everyone who is running an incubator is, what are the common challenges? What was the biggest challenge for you during this whole pandemic period? Where physical connections were not possible. What was the common grouse that these entrepreneurs would come to you and ask for your guidance and mentoring. I think that would be very, very insightful to hear. Anyone can take it up.
Right, I would like to answer that question. At the NIFT Foundation, the whole idea is related to designs, and people would like to come physically to the location and discuss and show and look at their thoughts. They're not very technology savvy people. So thereby, this break in connection of physical proximity has become a major challenge for us, which we're trying to solve through technology, but to a limited extent only, because the physical element in the design and fashion space is a very important element. And I'm sure it will take us some time before technology gets embedded in the fashion and textile space in the manufacturing side and designing side as well. Yes, on the retail side, it is there. But prior to that, all the processes before that, there is a challenge.
And how do you plan to solve this? In a sense, do you continue to stay virtual? Would there be a hybrid model also? See, we don't know right now whether pandemic is going away right now. It might be there for a year or more. So,
right. So what we are planning to do is hybrid is the way to go. And we have developed our own digital infrastructure, whereas all the routine processes which any incubator requires can happen online. Whereas only when a physical activity is required, it could happen at any of our 18 campuses. We have 18 campuses, and that's an advantage to us. There will be some or other faculty member would be willing to handhold that particular case. So we are also we are creating a pool of mentors, both external and internal. So if there is somebody near Chennai, and we have our presence in NIFT Chennai, they can easily go to Chennai. They need not necessarily come here. Yes, if they specifically would like to create a prototype and use a machine, say in the home and spaces incubator, which is in Delhi, they could block their the time and the machine at home and spaces and come here and do this. So that's a physical activity. But whatever can be taken offline, whatever can be taken online, we are going to take it out.
Interesting. Interesting. Anyone else who wants to?
Aman, can I just come in?
Sure.
Okay. So most of the panelists, they attack the problem of pandemic and healthcare directly. And I would like to rather join in a tangential manner. And in my opinion, this extraordinary situation has taken everyone by surprise. Like, what is the mode of working? We have never gone through. So the immediate response for this should be to immediately classify and categorize what are all those domains which can be actually purely handled online mode. And without a physical and material infrastructure put up in a place, we cannot fix a jigsaw puzzle. So for that, some bare minimum physical joint effort is also required. So the immediate requirement of the day is to just think on categorizing the activities which can be actually through virtual mode and which can be through the hybrid mode, and those which do not complete without the physical interaction. And keeping in mind that the physical interaction should be kept a bare minimum. And the virtual interaction should be exploited to the maximum. I would like to just give an example of healthcare system, because the basic topic started with the healthcare system. Before 2019, India was regarded as the medical tourism destination of the third world countries. And as soon as this pandemic broke out, this very same so much famous industry took a toll. So what was the problem? The problem with the infrastructure, medical infrastructure was that which was faring very well. It was attracting people from Africa to Gulf countries and to even the Far East countries. So then what happened? Actually, the main problem is the responsiveness. We were a little bit late in responding how to tackle with this problem. The major response could have been in the way of, say, for example, contact tracing. Very little effort came in, and whatever effort came in, it actually came in very late. Second thing is that what are all the inventories that are available with this important industry segment? The inventory integration and information sharing was lacking, because of which this second wave was actually very dangerous for us. So in my view, see, the thing is that the very first element, I believe, is that we have to be responsive. The shock is there and shock is over now. Now we have to learn to respond quickly. One very small example I want to give. A group of students who admitted in my center in the month of January, they have come up with a health crisis model and app and internet-based product for which they have able to complete sort of MVP. So this is what is required. 3-4 months, you have to understand the problem and you have to devise the problem. You have to devise the ways how to tackle it. So
Dr. Siddiqui, I think what you highlighted is a very important thing, right? And I think the fact that this is a crisis that has happened and education institutions have stepped in, I think what it has also done is that it's highlighted the role of the government, right? And the way the government needs to incentivize, right? They've done in a certain way. So, for example, we have a lot of aims that have come up, and a bunch of other initiatives under DIPP. There is Niti Aayog, which is working on it, Startup India, Invest India, and all that, right? But I would want to come to Vivek, right? Vivek, how do you I mean, all of what has happened, right, has been, I'd say, it's been a response, right? It hasn't been calibrated in that sense, right? What is your thought? I mean, how do you see the role of government, be it state, center, emerge, right, in the process, right, in terms of ensuring that our education institutions become a lot more sharper when it comes to cultivating innovation? I think in your independent capacities, each one of professionals that we have on the panel are doing some amazing work, right? But it has to be institutionalized at the government level, right? It has to be backed in the certain sense and way, right? And not just for government institutions, but also private institutions, right? So what are your thoughts on the policy front when it comes to creating the environment of innovation on campus?
Thank you, Ashu. So I think before I come to the policy part, I just want to make 2 quick points. So one is, as we've always heard, that necessity is the mother of invention, and I think the last 15 or 18 months has proved that a lot of innovation is happening because there is a huge necessity, and a lot of it is happening outside of where we call the centers of innovation. It is happening at the grassroots level, and we need to be conscious and aware of that. So that's one point that I want to make. And second is that we always keep referring to this pre-COVID, post-COVID. I have a personal belief that there is no post-COVID. It is a co-COVID world. It's a world where we are going to live with this virus. So we've got to get used to it. It is a co-COVID world that we are going to be living in. So we have to give up this dream that the world is going to ever return back to a era which was prior to February 2020. Now, coming to your question, I think just the way in pretty much every other area, it applies to innovation, that government's role should be restricted to focusing on developing ecosystems, developing frameworks, and developing a mechanism by which the right recognition, appreciation, and incentivization can happen. Because beyond that, I think government should stay out of the way, and let the innovators really take the things forward. There are institutes where they understand this, because the speed at which we want the innovations to happen, sometimes government can become an impediment in that. So my own view is that the government should really focus on helping develop the ecosystem, helping a framework such that these incubators, accelerators, or the innovators themselves can benefit. And I think the last year has really proved that phenomenally. Even in Telangana, for example, this is a year where we rolled out a social innovation policy. And we became the first one in the world to have a stated social innovation policy. We did a school innovation challenge with 28,000 school children from government schools. And it is amazing to see the kind of outputs that these kids were able to produce. So I think the role of government, to answer your question, Ashu, is to really find where the right thing is happening, facilitate that, but otherwise stay out of the way.
I think that's a very interesting point that you highlighted, Vivek, and I think I kind of understand where you're coming from, right? I think there are certain complexities, but I think we'll have to give it to the government as well. They are eventually running all of this, supporting all of this on basically a public budget, right? I think they have a responsibility. They have to justify a lot of this. Of course, life becomes a little easier because COVID is something that all of us experience. But I think government has.
Yes, Ashu, I'm not saying government can wash their hands off. I'm saying they should do and have a pivotal role to do. But in the framework, in the ecosystem building, in the incentivizing, acknowledgement, in being able to throw the right problems at them, not trying to innovate themselves.
Sure.
That's what I meant, that they should let the innovators and the incubators do the innovation. And they should really focus on helping them to do that.
Sure. No, I think that's a very interesting point that you highlighted. I'm going to come to Rajesh, right? Rajesh, especially for management education, right? I think when you talk about innovation, you're essentially talking about innovation largely at engineering institutions, right? Management education has a very, very critical role to play, right? Because they are key stakeholders in the ecosystem, right? Also, what a lot of management institutions have an advantage over regular institutions or undergrad institutions is that they work very closely with the corporates, right? Their engagement ability is higher, right? And that kind of opens up an opportunity of co-innovation, right? What are your thoughts about that? I mean, I would have had Bharat to sort of also answer this with us, but I think Bharat had to sort of leave. But Rajesh, why don't you tell us a little bit? Oh, there you are. Okay, I'll just come to you. Rajesh, what are your thoughts about the possibility of co-innovation?
Yep. So I feel that the best, so management students don't pursue entrepreneurship because they look at that everything which they need to start, specifically in today's world, which is a digital first world, a tech first world, they kind of feel hesitance that they don't have this requisite skill. And what we try to tell our students is, technology is just a tool. Technology is just an enabler. And if there were more management schools or management graduates starting their startups, then they would never have a cash flow problem, and they would understand cash is king. And that's why you see a lot of these tech startups. The percentage of tech startups surviving 3 or 4 years later on, I think, is what we're talking at India at about 6%, right? So I think our mandate at Goa Institute of Management at AIC is to enable lot of these other factors which the management students per se don't have, which is primarily just technology, right? Understanding technology or understanding how to build products through a technology. Management school students are great at understanding operational issues, right? That's their subject. They understand how to brand, they understand how to market, they understand how to advertise. Most importantly, they get the business knowledge of how it is. They know the balance sheet. They know what is liabilities, what is assets. A management graduate most probably would understand the difference between cash in hand and cash to be expected. So I think our mandate is to encourage the students to look at it. One of the point which Aman asked for, how did incubators adapt to the new challenge of COVID? So to your point, we did some quick 2 initiatives where we thought, like Dr. Agarwal was saying, that you will be stupid if we don't look at crisis as an opportunity. So we did that. We thought that we are based in Goa, how we can evangelize the entire Goa startup ecosystem, right? How we can evangelize Goa as a startup destination. So we threw in concepts like workation in Goa is better than vacation in Goa to attract a lot of startups coming to Goa, a lot of innovators coming to Goa. We realized that the COVID is going to be a crisis for disadvantaged entrepreneurs. So what I mean by disadvantaged entrepreneurs is, entrepreneurs which are working on social impact, women entrepreneurs. So we started a program called We Nurture. The idea was specifically to nurture this set of entrepreneurs who are, maybe towards the danger of being extinct. We started something called a program called iMagic, where we said that how do we hunt entrepreneurial talent across Goa? So we as an incubator, to Aman, to your earlier question, looked at COVID as a crisis, as an opportunity. And we said that otherwise, we would normally be busy with our incubated startups in our incubation center. The COVID just gave us an opportunity to see how we can widen the innovation mindset, how we can evangelize entrepreneurship in Goa, And also, how do we attract the best entrepreneurs to come in Goa? So we had small packages called Workation. So, and this is for all of you guys, workation is better than vacation in Goa.
Rajesh, I am already interested. I'm already interested, and I will very quickly go to Dhruv before I come to
Ashu, before you go to Dhruv, we should probably close the panel and move to Goa now on the invitation.
yeah. Let's do that. But Dhruv, I'll come to you, and I'll have Varad to do the closing comments because there's great work that he's been doing. So Dhruv, why don't you tell us a little about this?
Yes, so so we were, I think, kind of proactive in this COVID thing. So we had already moved ahead. When we when somebody used to ask us about COVID and what we did and all, in December, I remember a conversation with Vivek where we were discussing, let's do a panel discussion about post-pandemic and this and that. And I said, we have moved.
This is God sent.
I said it's a 9-month-old thing. Like we should move ahead now. So because the team here was very future, having a great vision, and we always know that there is going to be a pandemic. The only question is when.
Right.
So you look at the old reports, you'll find it it's like the pandemic was always a question of when, not which or what. Okay. So and since beginning, innovation activities over here had been virtual as well as physical. We had been always in a hybrid mode. It was a healthy ratio of 40% virtual and 60% physical over here.
Right.
Which improved to 60-40 now. So we have 60% virtual and 40% physical.
Awesome.
We are but a few of our programs got delayed. We're coming up with a physical facility of 1.5 lakh square feet, which is going to be the biggest one in the country. And it got delayed by a year. But some of our labs got delayed. So those all things came in, but we figured out ways. Half of my flat became a co-working space for our incubatees because there was a space crunch and access problem. One of my managers in Hyderabad converted his place into a mentoring place. People can come and have small sessions and go back.
Amazing. That is amazing.
Yeah, so we figured out smaller ways out of the regular administrative
interesting.
Right, we went against the administration and we said no, we are doing it. Right.
Dhruv, Dhruv, I want to, how I wish I want to continue the session, right? I think there's so much that has happened across, all of our initiatives, right? But listen, I'm going to jump on to Varad for the closing comments. Varad, my apologies, right? I mean, I'm coming to you last, but I think this is a very pertinent question that I have, right, for you, which I think has been covered in a certain way. But the fact that we need more and more corporate intervention when it comes to innovation, right? So for example, education, like teaching, right? Innovation on campus cannot or should not happen independently, right? I think there's a bigger role for large corporates to come in and, and there is a role for, say, for example, 100 Open Startups and many of the other initiatives, right? To literally bridge that gap, right? How significant has that become in a post-COVID world? Because not a lot of people know how the markets are going to shape up, right? Not even large enterprises know how the markets are going to shape up, right? I think everybody's just playing the ball the way, the market is kind of unfolding, right? What are your thoughts about it?
Yeah, see, the corporate working with the student community to solve some of the business challenges or innovation challenges is ubiquitous. It's been around for like 20, 30 years. That's nothing new. From my perspective, right, during the COVID, something interesting is happening all over the world, is startup founders are going to students to solve their problems. And, this is a fantastic, I would call a relationship, synergistic relationship that can happen between the academic, the university, as well as the startup founders. It's because, see, the startup are the ones who have no, say, sources, right? They don't have resources. They need people. And so these interns and the students and the faculty can play a role to fill those gaps. Right. So I'm just telling you that this is another finding we have had over the years. It's getting perfected now, where the problems are real problems, right? As opposed to solving some theoretical problems, right? That, management students, I saw some people speaking here from management institute background. So I'm just saying this can be experimented and it's working elsewhere in the world. Right. And that is the experience I want to bring here, is that, see, the startup founders can give the problems, real life problems that they have, and the students and the professors together can solve it. And guess what? There is to be a thesis or some kind of scores to be given to the students. Right. Right. The founder as well as the professor can, evaluate those reports. Right. And so this can become a very, nice way of evolving it out of the system. Sure. And guess what? Some of the students can become employees of the startups. And, if the work is very good, and I'm of the firm opinion, the new jobs of tomorrow are not going to come from the existing companies of today. They are going to come from the companies that are yet to be formed or in the formation right now. So that being the case, if we can all integrate this together, see, each of us are doing, say a lot of work individually. If we can all integrate together, I think we can do phenomenal impact for the ecosystem.
That is absolutely fantastic. And my sincere apologies. We were running a little late. We are running a little late for the next panel to come in. But I think it's been an absolutely fantastic conversation, right? I want this conversation to continue beyond this.
Comment, Ashu?
Yes, Dr. Kuldeep, please.
Yeah, actually, we experimented here at Teams Jodhpur. Sure. So we had a special innovative method of teaching in which we involved the student in the campus also. So we invited right from the June onward, we had a physical classes also running, and we strategically isolate the students who were found positive. And we found only 4 or 5 students were positive during this whole course. So I think if we can strategically do the online and offline together in the campus, we can build it a better education system. So some strategy has to be adopted with the background and the real problems in the mind. So then we can do some innovation in the teaching also.
So, I think, I would love to capture this in an independent session. I think there is so much that I think each one of you have been sort of doing, right, in your personal capacities, right? You've been really evangelizing this change, right? You've really been working hard to build a very strong innovation foundation for the country, right? I think thank you so much to each one of you for being part of the panel. My team will be reaching out to you. We're going to be doing independent sessions with each one of you. Thank you so much for taking the time out. My sincere apologies that that this we could manage only so much in this panel. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure having all of you with us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Stay safe.
Thank you. Thank you to you all.
Thank you. Stay safe to everyone. I've sent you LinkedIn requests, so let's connect there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. Same here.
Please. I request one other thing. Before I let you go, Ashu, please create a LinkedIn group, because some of the contacts we should be capturing.
We'll do that.
I'm not able to capture this from the chat. So many people putting out their mail IDs. I request you to create a LinkedIn group.
We'll do that. We'll do that.
So that this interaction can continue there.
Absolutely. Look forward. Thank you, Bharat.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Moving on to the next panel. The topic is improving impact through technology, transforming Indian education with superior solutions. Moderating this session, Vishal Krishna, journalist and startup ecosystem enabler, and Ashu Agarwal, India advisor, Asia Tech Journal. The panelists: Rupak Agarwal, founder and CEO, UVme.ai; Anupam Sorab, founder and product head, Machadalo Education; Sanjay Jangit, co-founder, CTO, Makers Innovation Lab; Sumit Verma, CEO and co-founder, CopyKitCab. Yes. Abhishek Ballab, CEO, founder, Extra Edge; Hemant Sahai, founder and CEO, Colpol; Anirudh Motwani, co-founder and business head, College Search; Karanveer Singh, founder, CEO, Pariksha; Apurv Bamba, founder and CEO, Ingenious Faces; Yashoshua Zoltogroski, I hope I pronounced it right, co-founder and CEO, Al Audio; Gurudev Somani, director at Mastersoft; Prateek Singh, founder, LearnApp.com; Matthew Henschel, CEO, Code for Kids. Welcome, everybody. Over to you, Ashu.
Hi, Ashu. How are you doing?
Thank you. Thank you. I'll have my dear friend Vishal to lead this panel. But before we dive into that, it'll be nice for each one of you to introduce yourselves. Vishal, why don't you take the lead?
Okay. This is my first panel after obviously moving on to COO. So thank you so much for bringing me on board, Ashu. And I think talking about Edtech is the need of the hour, and I have a lot of questions to ask. Obviously, my role at KU is to build the startup community, and I'm going to engage with all of you soon. Firstly, Ashu, I want to tell you that education, right, is a major issue in many things. Like we have more than 1,000 universities. I keep asking myself these two things. I'll just set the context, and then we can move into the panelists, right? The thing that makes me the most is last year is perhaps the start of a generation that's lost. This year, people who are graduating this year, people who are graduating next year, people who have graduated last year, they've had a very, very, very difficult time finding jobs. Unemployability is on the rise. It was 7.9% as of June, right? And your previous panels talked about some important things. They've talked about how technology is changing things, but it's just a tool. How do we even have the data to measure what impact we're making, right? Even in our small subjective experiences, we need to understand how to integrate this whole experience and perhaps tell the government that, yes, we have great 4G, 5G coming up. We have great in-classroom tech. We have digital curriculum. But how are we going to bring all of that together? And perhaps the panel here can tell us how we can make an impact through technology and transform Indian education with superior solutions. Right? With that, Ashu, I'll leave it to you, and let's start.
Awesome. Thanks, Vishal. Karan, by quick round of introduction, there's some awesome work that you've been at, right? Why don't you tell us a little more about it? Karan, your mic is on mute.
Thank you so much, Ashu. And hi, Vishal. Good to see you. Last time, Vishal and I were on the same panel, I was able to raise capital. I don't know if Vishal would recall, but he was moderating a panel discussion in Bangalore in January, January of 2020. And I met a VC there, and he liked our story, and we were able to close the capital. So thank you so much.
I was actually the co-host of the event, by the way.
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
So Karina was also there.
Correct.
Right. So, Jai Hind, and very good afternoon to all of you. My name is Karanveer Singh. I'm the founder and CEO of Pariksha. Pariksha is India's largest vernacular test prep company. We launched our services in May of 2018, and today very proud to say that we serve across 15 states in 7 different languages. So the two basic fundamental problems that we are trying to address is the problem of accessibility and affordability of good education in Bharat. So Pariksha is Bharat-centric. Thank you so much for inviting me on this show, and over to you, Vishal.
Yeah, Anupam, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hey, thanks a lot. I am Anupam, and we are part of Machadalo. Machadalo has been building hyperlocal and community-centric solutions since last 6 years, and our strength is to cater and come up with solutions which can create maximum impact in that hyperlocal area. So what we recently identified, like when the first wave came, that there were a lot of issues related with essentials, medicines, and we again used our network in this hyperlocal system and provided solutions around delivery of essential commodities and medicine. When the second wave initiated, we had already developed various chatbot solutions delivering our education content for hyperlocal communities. And we identified that why not use those so the same chatbot solutions to provide the solutions required in hyperlocal areas, not only of say India and as Karanveer Singh said, but also for Bharat. So currently we created solutions for 550 districts where right from finding a bed till the point where getting free online medicine advice to the point where doctoral medical advice to the point where medicines concentrators can be distributed at a very low cost to the suffering part. And how did we do that? We use existing solutions, existing technologies which are available through WhatsApp, Google, Twitter, and Telegram. We ensured that they are integrated in such a way that any person who is looking for any help, either on Twitter or on Instagram, correct, our volunteers will search them, or on Telegram, they'll find them and then look into our chatbot and provide solutions.
Okay,
great,
Anupam,
great. There's a lot happening. We'll get into that.
Yeah.
Ashu, I think we should let others introduce them quickly too.
Yes.
Sumit of Copy Kitab, why did you talk about what's happened over the last 1 year? And just for our audience, what does Copy Kitab do? How are you, by the way?
Good, Vishal. Good to see you again.
See you.
We had amazing session last time on live session, and you were like asking all relevant questions. So this is one of the session I always remember.
No, thank you. Look forward to this also. Quickly, Copy Kitab, and let's go to the other panelists too.
Sure. So Copy Kitab is focused on higher education. We offer a full stack solution to higher education students, managing their whole learning life cycle, because higher education is all about career. What I'll do after my college, why I'm joining some XYZ college. So it's all about career. So Copy Kitab is helping them right from content to different formats of content to till they pass out and getting them placed by upskilling them. So we are helping them managing their whole learning life cycle and getting them placed at the campuses. This is what we do as a Copy Kitab platform.
Super.
Today we have close to 8 million users, and this is what we are doing right now.
Awesome. Super. Rupak, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and talk about EduMe quickly?
Hi, Vishal.
Hi.
To be interacting with you, and hi, Ashu. It's
Hi,
great to see you again. So, EduMe is a cutting-edge robotic interview solutions, and this is used by educational institutes and training institutes to prepare their students to be job ready. So, one of the things that most of these institutes lack is ability to prepare these students to face a live job interview, and that's where we come in, where our robotic interface interacts with the candidates, can simultaneously speak to 10,000 candidates at the same time, and our AI algorithms is able to give them ratings on various parameters. And yes, it can be used by any one of you during your hiring process, where it helps you do assessments on both the domain skills as well as the behavioral skills before a human intervention takes place.
Yeah, great. Sanjay of Makers Innovation Lab, over to you. Tell us a little bit about yourself quickly, and let's move on to Anirudh after that.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hello, all. I guess it's a very fantastic panel we do have, because we have lots of solutions for the Bharat. And yes, we people are doing the same exactly. So basically, I am here as a CTO and co-founder of Makers. People are working out as an innovation suite. I won't say as a solution. People are looking at various of solutions on perspective of different stakeholder of innovation, right from the universities, the incubators, residents' perspective, and the mentors as well. So yes, we people are working almost 5 to 6 suits surrounding the innovation and technology. And now on a current stage, people are working out few of the beta users as a universities, almost 15 plus universities people are working out. And that's all we can work out as an innovation funnel. And that's all about us. Thank you so much.
Anirudh, over to you. Hi, Anirudh.
Thanks, Vishal. Hi, Ashu.
Hey.
So my name is Anirudh, and I'm basically co-founder and business head at College Search, which is a community for college aspirants. So we have about 5 million college aspirants every year on the platform, and the idea is that they interact with alumni or read alumni reviews, as well as get access to colleges directly. So we have over 7,000 colleges and universities using the platform, who respond to the queries of the aspirants, reply to alumni reviews, and basically it's an ecosystem that tries to enable students to make the right decision in terms of choosing college, which we feel is one of the most important decisions that one makes in their career.
Great. Hemant, what about you? Talk about your company.
Hey, hi. Hi, everyone. Pleasure to be here. I'm Hemant. I'm the founder and CEO of Colpol. We are a comprehensive suite of for educational institutions, specifically higher education, where we provide a combination of traditional ERP with a digital learning solution and an AI proctored examination and a no-code workflow automation engine. And we are trusted by some of the best institutions in the country like Manipal, Jindal, Ashoka, Bennett, and others. The aim is to build a full stack technology that institutions can trust to automate all their activities, whether administrative or academic.
Pratik,
Awesome.
Good to see you, man. Long time, Pratik. How are you? And how are you? Good to see you here.
Hi, Vishal. Nice to see you again. And hello, everyone.
Yeah, it's good to say hello to everybody in the Edtech ecosystem. It's been a while to see you guys. Over to you. Tell us about LearnApp quickly, and we'll move on to Gurudev next.
Super. So LearnApp is a financial education platform. We all go through college and school and real life. Hopefully we start earning a salary, but we don't know what to do with it. How do we invest? How do we trade? No one really teaches us wealth management. So we have built this video education platform where the smartest people in the world who manage billions of dollars come and teach you how to invest and trade in the market. We're about 2.5 years old. We have 2 lakh people on the platform, and hopefully we'll grow more. Over to you.
Gurudev, over to you. Talk about your Mastersoft company, right? It's an education ERP, correct?
Correct. So good afternoon, everyone. I am Gurudev Somani from Mastersoft. We are in this business for the last almost 15 years. Mastersoft provides end-to-end integrated suites of solutions for higher education and K-12. Recently, we also launched our AI proctored exams. The USP is it's a 100% integrated solution, which is horizontal as well as vertical. So we are a one-stop solution for all kinds of institutions. That's all.
Okay, great. Ashu, did Matthew, Enshal, and Joshua drop off? I don't see them.
So I think there was a little bit of a problem, and
okay.
I think so they're not with us,
okay.
But everybody else is, right?
So this sets great context. And one thing I like about all of you is none of you just spoke about India as a metro-dominated kind of edtech market, right? You all spoke about Bharat. So that's extremely interesting for me. And working at KU and creating the startup community, I've realized one thing, right? Everybody that I talk to is between the range of 18 to 24. All of them are just graduates, are trying to get into a master's program. The biggest problem there is they don't have interventions from their universities to help them grow, either for employability, either for mentoring, or either for even guiding them to what works for them in the long term in their life. How can they be continuous learners, right? I want to start off with this simple question. A lot of the previous panelists in the sessions earlier, they all said that technology is just a tool. For me today, technology is not just a tool, it is changing lives. For example, at KU, we are homogenizing language, right? So how do you guys think you made impact in your own subjective experiences? Sumit, perhaps you could start with that, then we could take this hypothesis further. Ashok, please jump in, man.
I mean, one thing I want to say is, about the strategic partnership that, we have with KU by having you. So no, I'm saying, why don't we start? Yeah, I think you have a good question at hand, and please go ahead.
Go on, Sumit, over to you.
Vishal, it's a very valid question. It's not just Bharat. What everybody is trying to solve the gaps. Why EdTech boom is there? EdTech boom is there because, there are huge gaps. We have been talking, this is not happening. People are not employable. Content is not there. Small towns are suffering. But bottom line is, it's like when you are unorganized, it's been so unorganized, and every EdTech by their respective means and respective approach and strategies trying to solve that problem. There's a huge gap in the way education is imparted to us over the ages. And thanks to COVID and a lot of things, because of technology, a lot of things are there that when we can reach out to these deeper pockets, and people can have comparative matrices now. Like, for example, when we are tutoring a student, they used to go local coaching wala sir, whoever is best in that colony or area, and now they have access of the best of teachers across the country or globe also. Right. Same thing applies to Hyderabad or Bangalore or Pune has pockets where small groups teaching short-term course for getting them placed in IT curriculum. Now you have from Coursera to Udemy to edX to everything. Harvard is teaching at home. So technology is becoming more and more enabler. People are getting more comfortable with the technology. Now challenge is to make the simpler technologies. You would hear a lot of jargons, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, but end of the day, it's very hard to build simple technologies. And then how your user is getting benefit out of it. When we talk about outcome, it's very generic, but when people talk about outcomes, this outcome has been achieved or not. But end of the day, there are a lot of huge gaps and holes in whole system, in whole chain. And how as a ecosystem partners or enablers, we would call ourselves as EdTech companies, are we plugging those gaps and holes or not? It could be through technology, it could be connecting technology and some pieces together. And then having these people, getting them on board for and end of the day, you would see a lot of numbers, but end of the day, if really people are coming back to you without pushing them, you don't have to hire a sales force, or you don't have to hire a army of salesperson to push your sales. So that is true proof of, yeah, Ashu, you were saying something.
Sorry, please go ahead. I have a very interesting question and a perspective, right, on this particular thing, which I want a couple of other panelists to answer. Is that, has the role of education institutions decreased, right? I mean, we were on a panel yesterday, right, where we were talking to the head of Coursera, right? And we had a bunch of people from the university ecosystem, who were with us. And while it didn't get said, essentially what was clear is that there is a new university model which is at the hand, right? COVID has changed how we've looked at education ecosystem completely, right? Hemant, I want to come to you. Anirudh, Gurudev, you guys are in that particular space. Sumit, I'm going to come back to you with a bunch of different questions in just a bit. But Hemant, what's your perception, right? I mean, this industry was optimized for, there were inefficiencies in the industry. We were feeding into the inefficiencies, and all of a sudden an event happens and it just changes the entire paradigm, right? I, as a parent, as a professional, have the flexibility to learn wherever I want, whenever I want, right? So does that mean that the role of education institutions is going to diminish? I mean, what are your thoughts about it?
Yeah, so absolutely. So I think the dynamics of the market has changed, right? So first of all, the supply demand is now opposite. So earlier there was less less supply and more demand, so institutions were lazy. They were like fine with whatever were the old practices. But if you see in the last few years, so many new good universities have come, right? Ashoka has come, and there are so many others great universities that have been built out. So there's far more competition, and suddenly a top university, let's say in Tamil Nadu, is like, where are my students? And there are like 30,000 students sitting in top, like in LPU, in Chandigarh University. And so there is a huge competition, right? So that's one. Second, the complexity. If you look at new education policy, it's talking about credit, academic credit bank. It's talking about transferability. It's talking about flexible curriculum, which means more complexity. And there is no other way than addressing this complexity without technology, right? The third is compliance. Like, there is so much more digital compliance that has come in place. Right. So which means it builds an amazing case for adoption of technology at a faster speed. And obviously, to go back to that, we need better technologies and more simpler, easy to use, more humanly technology, right? And so that's one. Second thing that I see is that what you have to see is that while there will be a lot of edtechs that will directly go to the consumers, to understand going to a school or college is also a lot to do with the social signal it has, right? Is not going to go away, right? You would not have heard, I mean, anybody saying that this, I'm not planning to go to university and I'm going to just take a Coursera course and be happy with it, right? Not going to happen that sooner, right? There is an opportunity for, I think in the next 4 or 5 years, while the universities can either catch up and become better and continue to be as relevant as they were, or if they don't do it, then absolutely, I think the edtechs of the world will take over and the companies will start accepting people without degrees and also I think we still have a 3 to 5 year window for universities and colleges to catch up. If they get to do that, then they will stay relevant as they are. If they don't, then probably edtechs will take over.
Okay, Hemant, Ashubhai, just Hemant, when you talk about this 5-year window, it is for complete digitization and have an integrated approach, whereas all of you guys can become super apps for a university. That's what I'm looking at, right? For example, we have Karanveer, Rupak's company, we have Sumit's company, we have Anirudh, and your company and others also, right? Do you think that will happen? Do you think these guys will be open to that?
So Vishal, I think what you have to look at is there is far more to technology than just imparting knowledge and having video lectures, right? We all have to remember that we learned about life while being in a campus with friends and organizing events and all. So I don't think that's easily replaceable. And that's the biggest moat a university or a school has, that you learn about life while you are at a campus, right? So universities don't have to just try to mimic or copy the physical environment and online. I think we have to see what is the value an online environment would offer complementary to a physical environment. So which means that there is no competition of a physical campus with a digital environment about how they will come together, right? So, and see, we can't suddenly get great teachers, right? We can't suddenly get great content. It's not going to happen. So that's where technology comes to your rescue. Can we have great tools that will help tier 2, tier 3 institutions, have better content, better instruction happening, while there is still students in the campus, still the learning about life is happening in the campus. And that's where good campuses will pick that over and then emphasize on focusing on not just the theory and the instruction piece, which can be taken care by good edtechs, right? And they will focus more on how people are coming together, how they're learning about life, the attitudinal improvement, and then also adopting a lot of these technologies. Why edtechs have become so huge? Because institutions have been, you know, closed, right? They have not adopted things. So I think a lot of that will change going forward.
Interesting.
Ashubhai, I want Pratik's view on this quickly, because you know, I like Pratik's Learn app simply because I also go to a physical college, but I also get to learn from the best outside, right? And you know, this blended learning has become very important. Parents understand it. Kids who are hyper driven, who want to do startups, who want to go become successful, they already understand it. But you know, it's also a cultural shift for many of us, right? That we need to get into this blended form of learning. And I want everybody's opinions on this, Ashubhai, and you please add on to your questions. Pratik, over to you, please. Thank you.
No, super. Thanks, Vishal. Very nice points, Hemant. Really enjoyed that. So my perspective will be slightly different from most because we cater to people who've already graduated, who are already in the workspace, they're already working, right? And they need to find time. So our biggest competition is people finding time, right? Finding time over a weekend to upskill something, right? So imagine what you did in a 3-year degree, you learned multiple skills. Now this person, he's also managing his life. He needs to upskill over a weekend. So you have to divide all of this into micro skills and then be able to digest that skill over a weekend. And it can't just be a video lecture, right? Because he's not doing this for a certificate, right? LearnApp doesn't give a certificate. You're doing it to upskill and start applying that information on Monday. That's a real challenge. And I think at scale, only technology can really do that because you don't want to travel to an institution on a Saturday, learn a skill and then apply it on Monday, right? So we were able to do that at scale. I'm really inspired by like Duolingo and Code Academy because, and I've mentioned this with you also, Vishal, I think 2 years ago, that you were able to, via tech, you were able to actually upskill yourself immediately and then start applying immediately. So I think that's, it's very, very easy to do this for EdTech for adults over a Saturday, Sunday. With COVID, I think what happened, because I know that's the next question. With COVID, what happened is that our traffic went up from Tuesday to Friday. So I think Monday people were working, but suddenly people found time every day in work from home to do some upskill. So I think that's the change that we saw for people above 25 to 35, which is who we cater to.
Okay, Ashubhai, I think you know we have a great blend here, right? Because the overall impact of tech, I want to leave the audience with the overall impact of technology because we have Anirudh. It perhaps starts from Anirudh's company where I find the right college, right? Then after that, you know, we have all these other startups that participate in it, right? For example, we have Gurudev's company, which does the ERP or digitization piece that will probably integrate all these apps into his ERP while digitizing a university, right? So I wanted to understand how will this whole thing flow through? You know, we are talking about the impact. Does the impact start right after the 12th standard? Because for me, these guys have a lot of data, right, Ashubhai? Right? For me, where do we begin, guys? I mean, for me, it's an existential question saying, okay, what are we churning out? It's like if you guys listen to music and the Pink Floyd song, you know, another brick in the wall, right? You don't want to be another brick in the wall. It's like building a Chinese wall where you're led to a cultural thing where you're building something, but you don't know what your future looks like, right? The entire discovery. Perhaps it start with Anirudh and get everybody from Rupak also. And currently, guys, there's a panel where you guys have to chip in yourselves. Huh? Please come in, raise your hand, come in and say something. Okay, don't wait for us to ask questions also. Anirudh, over to you.
Sure. So, okay, so I'll start with a little bit of perspective about where I'm coming from on this. So in our case, you know, pre-pandemic, most of the advertisers and institutional users on our platform were colleges and universities, not just the A-grade colleges like, you know, Symbiosis or an RC Monji, but also a lot of the universities that, you know, Hemant mentioned, like OP Jindal, Manipal, Bennett. These were advertisers on college search. Now that audience has widened. We've not just partnered with edtech companies like, you know, Upgrad or Unacademy or something, but also a lot of other kinds of brands coming in for visibility. So you have a QS, which does the global university rankings advertising. You have Pearson advertising, GMAT as an exam advertising that, okay, this is where we're accepted. And broadly, our understanding of you know, the edtechs that India has to offer specifically, and this somewhat applies globally, is that they fall into two buckets, right? So the first bucket is the people who are saying that, you know, what you used to do, you used to crack an entrance exam and get into a good university, we're going to help you do that. So like Sumit mentioned earlier that versus having a local teacher available in a coaching institute, now I have access to the best teachers who can help me crack my CAT or my JEE exams. So this is broadly the bucket that your Baiju, Unacademy, Vedantu, Topper, these guys fall into. And that is something which has been a great enabler, and it's given people access to better teachers. The thing we need to measure there is terms of learning outcomes. When I say learning outcomes, very real outcomes that matter to the students. So most students join this coaching to crack an exam, right? Now in offline cases, we knew that what they were reporting in terms of those ads you used to see, that okay, AIR 1, 2, 3, and etc., those were inflated, those were exaggerated. But we knew that there were some outcomes, some students were actually getting in, right? In these online coaching, we know a couple of things for sure. They're cheaper obviously than the offline, and they're more convenient, right? And they give you access to better teachers. But what is the outcome in terms of how many students have actually used these tools to crack these exams which they're actually paying for? We don't know yet. We might know in a few years from time, looking at the reviews, etc. The second bracket of edtechs is where I'm personally a little skeptical. So those are the likes of not just Coursera but also Upgrad and Simply Learn and these guys. So great learning. So what they're trying to do is essentially replace college education and say, rather than a traditional MBA, why don't you do a master's in supply chain? Rather than a BTech, why don't you learn AI and ML as an alternative to that? And they've partnered with some universities to offer these courses at a significantly higher price point. Now, the problem there, like Hemant mentioned, is that a lot of the learning that takes place in college is outside classroom, right? So you play sports, you organize, college fairs, you do lab experiments, medical, you do surgery, you would build a formula card. How can you do that online? It's better than watching a video on YouTube, yes, because I can ask questions, get answers. But does it replace that learning environment peer-to-peer? I'm not really sure.
Anirudh, okay, so I have a point of view, right? We've been running a bunch of panels, and we had a couple of industry experts with us today morning, right? Now, the fact of the matter is that the ecosystem has changed, right? Even the industry, for that matter, is very uncharted territories, right? They don't know how the consumer is going to shape up, right? Consumer lifespan, which was say 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, has shrunk to just about a year and a half too, right? And they need to very quickly adjust and readjust, right? So when, for example, Hemant says that the campus will continue to exist, there are very different kind of challenges, right? And these are industry side challenges, which essentially mean that the markets are going to become very, very difficult, right? I think a bunch of things, like you said, right, are going to become, and I think Hemant also mentioned, are going to become important is, for example, that camaraderie that you build, the softer skills that you build, right, on campus. I think those are some important points. Innovation on campus, for example, is very important. We have Sanjay from Makers who's going to talk more about it, right? But I want to come to Gurudev, right? Gurudev, for example, how are you adapting to this change, right? Essentially, what you built is calibrated for the ecosystem that existed pre-2020. How are you doing that?
So, Ashu, last year when the pandemic struck, we first started working on the proctoring solution, because somewhere we had an idea that exams are not going to happen, and it was, I believe, a matter of 2.5 months that we were really able to give a good solution. The problem that arose was the Bharat concept that everybody is talking about. Entire B, C, D cities, we had a lot of customers, and the students did not have bandwidth.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
So immediately we had to revamp the solution. We had to build a low bandwidth solution for the tier B and C cities.
Right.
So this is what we did during the pandemic. Well, I've been hearing a lot about, so I have met the Copy Kitab team in past, I believe, right? Sumit, if you remember, we met a few years ago. There have been a lot of companies, there have been a lot of startups, companies, and content and Pariksha, lot of companies.
Sure.
One thing that I see missing, and I would like to point out, is the intent of the student to learn.
Right.
I believe all of us somewhere have the revenue angle in mind. Everybody has the profits angle in mind.
Right.
While you can sell stuff to institutions because they need it, but how do you really increase the intent of the students to use the B2C products,
right?
Especially that are related to content.
Right.
So somebody wants to find a good college, they'll come to the pariksha.com. or somebody wants to learn to finance, they'll come to the there is one more company, right? So how do you increase the intent of the student to learn, and how do you really make him learn is the bigger challenge in tier B, C, D cities.
That's a very interesting point.
Students are really competitive.
I think that's a very interesting point that you've highlighted, Gurudev. That's a very interesting point, and I think that hints towards what Vishal has mentioned, right? That eventually a lot of ERP players like yourself, what Hemant has been building, will essentially translate into being a super app, right? Where you're saying the requirement for key infrastructure is not going to decrease, but the role is going to become all the more pertinent and all the more important, right? And this is essentially how they will engage with a lot of others, right? I want to come to Karanveer here. Karan, my apologies, it's taken me a little time to come to you. But I think while a lot has changed, right, in the education system, right, be it delivery, be it choice of education, be it choice of courses, who takes it, how they take it, democratization. One thing that has not necessarily changed is competitive exams, right? And I think the that's the craze around it. It continues to grow, right? People have been looking for certainty, which has been an added complexity or an added say a nuance because of COVID. What COVID did to us, right? What are your thoughts about the growing trend, of course, in online learning and the competitive space that is out there?
So thank you for this, Ashu. If we look at Bharat, where primarily, which is our primary focus area, the aspiration to secure a government job is extremely, extremely high. People will bend over backward to secure a government job, right?
Correct.
Because if you look at Bharat, there are no good private sector job opportunities available to them. And if a guy from a tier 3 city or a village migrates to a city like Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore, because of their low skill set and the communication challenge, they end up becoming all over drivers or chowkidars, so they start working there.
Food tech drivers. That's true.
Yeah, so a good life for somebody who's living in, let's say, Jhabua or Raigad or Chobis Pargana in West Bengal means to secure a government job if possible within their district, and if not within their district, then certainly within their state.
Right.
There are two other aspects to it. One is government job offers you a sense of security, right? Nobody can fire you arbitrarily. And second is it is a matter of prestige. अगर आप गांव में जाएंगे और वहां पे किसी के बाप से बातचीत करेंगे जिसका बेटा हवलदार है तो छाती बहुत चौड़ी करके बोलता है कि मेरा बेटा हवलदार है. So it is a matter of prestige. Now this will continue till the time we do not have good private sector job opportunities available to our rural economy as well, which will take a long time. Now I want to add to what Hemant said. I think in my view, in next 10 years, the charm of these giant educational institutions or the formalized education structure would change drastically.
Right.
Harvards and Whartons of the world, they lose the charm. People will have flexibility of doing, let's say, strategy from Harvard and maybe finance from Wharton and maybe marketing from Kellogg. And just the way we have a CFA charter today, tomorrow probably we'll have an MBA charter where I can acquire credits from different universities that I like. Second is we'll have a much younger workforce. So whatever earlier we were learning in school or colleges, we would now learn those skills in a professional work environment. These are the two things that I believe. I also want to add to what Anirudh said about the success rate. Now he's absolutely right. Earlier there was a lot of uncertainty and there was a lot of misreporting of the success ratio. But I think with the advent of companies like Byju's, Pariksha, Unacademy, we are seeing a greater level of transparency and accountability. Now it is extremely difficult for a company like us to fudge data where we have to adhere to some of the best reporting mechanisms in the world and say, hey, our success rate is XYZ. Very happy to say that in traditional education environment, generally, if you look at India, because of the large number of competition, the success rate in almost every exam in our country is less than 1%. Let me give you an example. In Maharashtra, the Maharashtra government has decided to recruit police constable. There are 8,000 vacancies and there are 12 lakh applicants.
Sure.
I was talking to a VC some time back, Vishal, and I said it is probably easier to get into Harvard Business School where the selection rate is between 10 to 12%.
You told me that too. You told me that too. Tell me the number of people who write these exams and how many get selected.
So selection rate is always less than 1%. So if you look at rural India, primarily Bharat-centric exams, then we have around 75 million aspirants. If you look at urban India, Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore, where the aspiration of people to secure central government job is very high, UPSC, Bank, PO, Railway, the estimated aspirant pool is around 61 million. The selection rate on Pariksha, I'm very happy and proud to say that is around 500%, more than the traditional means. So I think education is not just creating the enabling environment, but the Edtech companies are great equalizers as well. What earlier was not available to a student living in, let's say, Satara or Sangli is now being made available to him.
Right. No, interesting. I think, Karan, a very, very important point that you've highlighted, right? But not everybody can get a government job, right? And I think these are tough exams. And I think numbers they speak for themselves, right? And I think as an economy, we have the problem that we have at hand, right? And I think our policies are being designed, to sort of tackle all of that. But I think it's a discussion for a different time. Rupak, I'm going to come to you, right? Very quickly, what are the key challenges? I mean, you've been trying to bridge this gap in a very, very, interesting way. Why don't you tell us a little about what are the current how is it playing out, right? How is the corporate ecosystem reacting to this change, right, and requirement for skill sets?
Thanks, Ashu. So I think one of the big changes that I am seeing is that earlier corporates would say when they are recruiting someone, they are looking for minimum a graduate or minimum a postgraduate. They are looking for certain percentage of marks that they have scored. I think slowly I am finding that becoming irrelevant.
Right.
What they are looking for is people who are just the right set of skill sets, even if he is just a high school pass. But if he has the right skill sets and if he can deliver, I think he is the person to be taken on board.
Right.
So the traditional barriers of a degree or a percentage marks are no longer relevant. Corporates are looking at people where they can come in and bring in the right set of behavioral skills apart from the domain knowledge that will make them a success. What are some of those domain skills? All through our lives, student lives, everyone talked about 1% selection ratio, 5% selection ratio, etc., etc. What we are doing, we are being trained in our minds to work in a competitive environment.
Right.
So I have to beat my nearest friend to be able to get that rank and therefore to be able to get through that college.
Right.
But once you get into a corporate, it's more about how do you collaborate with other team members to be able to deliver a result for the organization.
Right.
And that's a huge mindset shift.
Sure.
So is that person someone who will be able to collaborate? Point number one. Number two, with changes becoming virtually every day kind of a thing, so much of disruption happening, suddenly COVID coming in, disrupting the entire ecosystem, the only way for you to remain relevant and to succeed is to be able to innovate.
Sure.
So does that person bring in that mindset to be able to innovate, think differently, think creatively? So that's the second big mindset shift, and that's the kind of skill set that's being looked for.
Right.
Third one is, while in an office environment, people can mingle with each other and there are a whole lot of passage talks happening, coffee room chats happening, and there is a way to mingle with people, socialize, and therefore bust out your stress, right? But when you're working from home, are you able to handle that pressure?
Right.
Would you be successful while handling that pressure? It comes in the third one. And the fourth one is this person someone who has that attitude to learn? Does he have that hunger to learn? Does he have that hunger to deliver?
Right.
Now, so therefore domain skills and these 3-4 skills become extremely critical. And therefore, to be able to figure out these skills early on in a college career and be able to mold students to these new skills required by the corporate, I think is where the biggest change is required. We are doing our own bit with our robotic interface, which does lots of practice interviews with the candidates, tells them where their areas of improvement lie. But I think that's where the world is moving to.
Interesting. I think, Rupak, thank you so much. I think that was a very interesting point that you highlighted. And I think everybody is essentially circling back to what Anirudh highlighted and Hemant highlighted. I think you guys, essentially, the way you are understanding the industry, right? I think everybody is essentially in line with what your primary thoughts are, right? And I think what we really are going to see is going to be a hybrid ecosystem. We're not really going to see a lot of one ecosystem superseding the other ecosystem. I think it'll eventually sort of coexist, and I think that's going to be the nature of the.
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah,
yes,
here
please.
I have a strong disagreement with my fellow panelists.
Sure.
What I feel is like all of us are trying to either fit in the physical setup which we had, correct? Or say try to like make smaller adjustments to the way physical education was delivered, correct? And bring in alternative solutions towards the physical education, correct? But the reality is, I feel that their quantum leap has already taken place after like players like Google came into picture, YouTube came into picture, correct? And the next quantum leap after COVID wave which has happened is bound to happen. The way like the four important parts, where first the technology is already there. Yes, it will evolve, but the important point is it connects the important other elements, that is the student, the teacher. Now teacher could be an institution, teacher could be like one individual based out his home, he could be an expert, correct? And finally the campus. Now all these definitions have to be rewritten. Currently what Machadalo is trying to do is use the easiest of the technologies, that is like don't create an app, don't create websites, use already available solutions, correct? Use already available content, and first help the student identify what his interests are. And this is an endless journey, right from like a kid when he's 3-year-old, the parents want to know what the interest is. So what we at Machadalo are doing is doing interest mapping using NLP and machine learning over a simple WhatsApp chatbot. And based on those interest mapping, correct, we are then giving content. And as we all know, the interests normally are not what we say, what we like. They might be completely different, and it's a whole hidden world. Correct? So it starts from that journey, and then it moves to the teacher. Now the education can be delivered in all formats, whether it is Byju's mode of recorded content, or it's Vedantu's model of like large class content, or say a QMath model of a focus content, correct? Where like they used to teach through local teachers, or basically focusing on hyperlocal teachers, or say like an unacademy models of just simple video lectures, correct? The whole idea is like we are not talking about say expert one-on-one teaching, correct? Platforms which is all about one-on-one. We are not talking about community assessments, correct? We are not talking about campuses becoming truly universal. Campuses are called universities, and they're becoming truly universal, where they have representations at even at small hyperlocal places. Correct? Why can't say a lab or say like a body come into an hyperlocal position? Like IIMs have experimented it, Harvards have experimented it, but at a state or a country level. Why
so
not?
I think Saurabh, I'll have to we are running out of time. My sincere apologies on this one. How I wanted to continue the session. I think there is so much of perspective in each one of what you're doing, right? And we would want to continue this, right? My team is going to reach out to you. We're going to do one-on-one sessions with each one of you.
This is a 3-hour session, and then you have to archive the knowledge and present it to the government.
And absolutely, we're going to do that, right? So in fact, just for your knowledge of each and everybody who was here, we were with representatives from the government yesterday. We want to build a channel between the policies that are there, and it's a very, very forward-looking leadership that we have. And my team is going to reach out to you on this one separately. We're going to create a dialogue and an engagement between what startups are doing, how they're digitizing the ecosystem, how they're ensuring that there is efficiency that is built into the ecosystem with the government, right? And how do we institutionalize this process of adoption, right? Thank you so much, each one of you, of being part of this one. It was lovely to have you with us. Thank you.
Take care, Ashu, and everybody.
Means that we are in for a phase which is going to be a lot more dynamic than what we expect, right? But with that, before we dive into the questions for today, I'd love each of you to introduce yourselves. Naveen, starting with you, I have you on the screen first. You look all very serious. I hope I'm not eating into the lunchtime that was set out.
So thanks, Ashu. Pleasure being on the panel. So I'm with K Capital. It's an early stage venture capital fund, largely sector agnostic, focusing investments, ticket size being sub $1 million to start with, going up to $3 to $4 million. Look forward to the panel discussion today, Ashu.
Lovely. Shiva?
Thanks, Ashu. With Ankur Capital, we're an early stage fund, primarily focused on 4 verticals: agri-tech, fintech, health, and education. So yeah, fairly actively looking at this space, and yeah, excited to be part of this.
Awesome. Ashwin?
Hi, Ashwin from the Bharat Innovation Fund. We operate out of 2 fund vehicles, one which invests in deep tech startups that are globally competitive, pre-Series A to Series B rounds, and another vehicle where we focus on a little bit more of impact investment, and we do seed rounds up to $1 million from that.
Wonderful. Thanks, Ashwin. Dr. Nath?
Yeah, thanks, Ashu. You mentioned lunch. I thought you would mention dinner, Anyway.
My apologies.
No, don't. As long as you can send it via Dunzo, I'm okay.
Okay, so well, I'll treat you out. That is for sure, right?
I'll send you the menu. Okay. So my name is Dhruv Nath. 20 years. By the way, I think with my joining in, the average age of this panel is probably shot up by about 4. So I spent about 20 years in the IT industry, about 19 years as a professor at MDI.
Sure.
And I'm now retired, but the last 8 years or so, I have been an angel investor, and I'm a director with Lead Angels.
Right.
I've also written a few books. This is the latest one.
Sure.
Got Funding Your Startup and Other Nightmares.
Right.
And a few more are in the pipeline.
Interesting. Wonderful. Vikram?
Hi, Vikram Gupta from IEF Ventures. We invest from seeds to Series A and follow on after that as well. So,
you know, Vikram, Karina was particularly excited to be on the panel with you, for a very special relationship and friendship that you guys have. Unfortunately, she's stuck up in a board meeting, and she's asked me to pass on the apologies. She's going to be with us in some time.
Sure.
Girish?
Thanks, Ashu. Hi, my name is Girish Shivani. I run Jonas Venture Capital. We are a pre-Series A focused tech fund, sector agnostic, but primarily doing B2B investments. Sweet spot is $500,000 to $1 million to start with, and then
wonderful. Wonderful. Dr. Bhatnagar?
Thanks, Ashu. Thanks for giving me an opportunity. I think I am the odd man out here. I am the president for an American company, which is a 2-decade-old IoT company headquartered in Silicon Valley.
Sure.
And I am also the chairman for the IET Future Tech panel, a 150-year-old institution, which has made me a Future Tech panel chair. Yeah.
Sure.
Looking
Wonderful.
forward to understand and learn here.
We have a bunch of angel investors like yourself, right? So we look forward to speaking about you on the angel investing bit. Deepak?
Thanks, Ashu. This is Deepak here from Idea Spring Capital. We invest in early stage enterprise tech startups, mostly in the seed and pre-Series A investments, anything from a $500K to about $1 million checks. Have invested 16 investments from our first fund and currently raising our second fund in the market.
Wonderful. Prakhar?
Hi, this is Prakhar. I'm currently the CEO of Evangelists India, and I also run a micro fund called Adapt Ventures.
You've specifically been very busy, right? I think around the COVID time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, I would say that Evangelists in today's date at a seed stage is probably one of the most active investors. We're doing pretty much one investment a day at the moment, built a portfolio of about 300 plus companies. So I think on a daily basis, there is some exciting opportunity for us that we're investing in.
Awesome. Looking forward to having a focused discussion. Ajit?
Same here.
Hey, thanks for inviting me to this panel, which is the largest single panel that I've ever been part of.
Right.
My name is Ajit Khurana. I've been angel investor for a long time, including about 5 years as a full-time angel investor. Have been an entrepreneur twice, both times in businesses related to education, publishing, content. And very interestingly, I started my career when I was only 23 years old as an assistant instructor, as a faculty member at the University of Texas at Austin.
Sure.
So though it was not a long stint, but still education and education-related businesses have been something that have excited me a lot. Thanks for having me.
Wonderful. Thanks, Ajit. Shashank?
Hey,
I
thanks,
think
Ashu.
Shashank, I think you single-handedly have changed the landscape of early stage investing. I think the way you fast-tracked it at an accelerator level, I think is very interesting.
No, I think it's supportive of all the other panelists as well. If we're trying to develop an ecosystem so that we can provide more deals to other growth stage funds. Very quickly, my name is Shashank, and I'm the founder VC at 100x.vc. We are a seed stage fund. We've done 50 odd investments, very sector agnostic, and ticket size is very small, 25 lakhs to 1 crore, investing in early stage ideas at minimal viable product, proof of concept, and early traction. I'm very, very excited to be here and looking forward to learning more.
It's lovely to have you with us. Mr. Nagi, it's a pleasure to have you with us. If you could quickly introduce yourself. You've been an active angel investor. If you could just quickly take us through some of the work that you've been doing.
Hello, fellow panelists and hello, audience. Nice to see some very big names over here. I am an angel investor, but I have the privilege of running India's first Edtech venture way back in '99 when there was only a dial-up connection from BSNL. The Reliance was supposed to fund that, but then it went on to JP. And ever since then, I have been investing as an angel investor in the Edtech space, and I have definite views and informed views because I'm also a curator of startups. So lots of opportunities which I'd love to share with the audience as well as discuss with the fellow panelists.
Super. Look forward, Mr. Nagi. Look forward. So I'm gonna dive into the session today, right? And I have a bunch of very interesting questions at hand. I think what 2020 definitely saw was a flurry of investors that happened in the Edtech space, right? Well, of course, a lot of other spaces, kind of caught up in the process. But I think Edtech clearly see a lot of investments, right? What really changed? I will start with Vikram. We saw some massive investments that flew into the Edtech space, right? What all of a sudden changed? I mean, typically an investment process is something which takes a lot longer. Were these deals in the pipeline, or did they just happen because it was a very visible change, structural change that you could see? Vikram, why don't we start with you?
Sure. I think we all know last year was a defining year for the history of the world, actually. So I think obviously lots of things changed. We've seen substantial shift from offline to online, and the sector especially that got accelerated. The health tech, edutech, of course, got accelerated quite substantially. Sure. And of course, we've seen substantial opportunities emerging because of this fundamental change.
Sure.
And therefore, quite a few of these opportunities we've been evaluating for a period of time. We thought that the opportunity was right last year, and we were quite amazed to see the kind of the change in the slope of the curve of the growth of these companies all of a sudden, especially in the last 10 to 12 months. And therefore, we looked at that from an investment perspective. We made a few bets. Companies like Purple Tutor, it's a white hat junior kind of a model. In fact, we initially thought that White Hat Junior has taken the space, but we realized that it's a huge space.
Sure.
With almost 60% of White Hat Junior revenue actually coming from the US.
Right.
And this company itself grew like 100% quarter on quarter, just in the last 3 quarters.
Wow.
So in that sense, I think we are seeing quite a substantial kind of shift in terms of how the consumer is consuming and how the technology is supporting this shift. So we're quite excited about and looking for many more investments in this space.
Very interesting, Vikram. Ashwin, what are your thoughts about it? Naveen, I'm just coming to you in a quick second, right? But Ashwin, what are your thoughts about it, right? You've invested in Pariksha, right? We remember, we met last year in January in Bangalore, and and then Pariksha happened, right? How have you been looking at this space, right? How did that entire shift very quickly happen, right? Were the signs visible, or how did that happen?
I think it happened very quickly. For ever so long, the education space, if you go back the last 7 or 8 years, had been quite depressed for a while, right? And then you had maybe 4 or 5 years back a Simply Learn breakout a little bit, created a little bit of buzz. And then I think the pivotal moments were the fundraise rounds that Baiju had, right?
Right.
which were fairly large and substantial. And I think, we as investors, for good or for bad, do operate, as I heard, very often. And a lot of capital, I think, with those early successes signaled that this is a space that will, come into the fore. And obviously, COVID helped that as well and accelerated that because of everything moving online. And suddenly, a space that didn't look too exciting was starting to look extremely exciting, right? I do think that, and we invest across sectors, right? We are fairly agnostic. And if I would ask myself today, how would I think about the Edtech space? I think I made two comments. Is it a little too overheated? And are we perhaps at the top of the wave? Are we in a hype wave? Or is there some room to go? I think that's what we asked ourselves maybe a year and a half, 2 years back. We made two investments, and the way we looked at it was where can we find niches where there aren't Me Too players, but somebody doing something very interesting. And we looked at the entire continuum, whether it was pre-K, K-12, whether it was certification, whether it was continuous learning in corporates, and looked at the entire continuum. And I think a couple of niches we found were really in the employment of really emerging cutting edge technologies to help in learning. And we invested in Shifu maybe 2.5 years back, which is really a fidgetal toy that kids between 2 to 12 can use to get STEM educated, but at the same time, there's a lot of entertainment quotient in the learning, right? So it's a very different type of learning that is imparted. And the second one, as you pointed out, and these guys were on the panel just before me, was Pariksha itself. And we just thought that they were also addressing a niche that very few others were addressing, but which is a big problem, which is state government exam test prep. And I do believe where things are now is there may be a few of these niches, but large scalable niches for investors like us to tap into. But otherwise, I think it's getting fairly crowded if you take plain vanilla, just online education as a thing.
Interesting. And I think I have a bunch of questions on that, and I'll just circle back on this one. Naveen, I'll come to you, right? What's changed? How have you viewed the space?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Edtech was one sector which had the most tailwind, right? I think it's three consecutive quarterly calls that we are having with our LPs where we need to make a presentation. And in each of those presentations, Edtech clearly remains on the top, right? Followed by FinTech, etc. I think quite a few things, right? I mean, first of all, the tier 2, tier 3 outreach, right? The demand that's coming from tier 2, tier 3 locations, that's growing at a phenomenal value, right? Again, growing skill gap, need for upskilling courses, especially during these times, have sort of scaled up through the roof. Again, cheaper education, right? While the cost of education went up roughly 175% between 2008 to 2018, 19, online education is roughly 53% cheaper, right, compared to offline education. Again, inadequacy of some of the existing systems to cater to the need of the population, right, which is why people are switching from offline to online as well, right? And the last being, of course, government incentives, right, where FDI was allowed 100% since 2012, government investing $1 billion for skill development initiatives and so on. So I think these are the factors which really culminated in 2020, and that's what we saw changed Edtech scenario.
Very interesting, Naveen. I'm going to go to Deepak. Deepak, what are your thoughts about this particular bit?
Yep, sure, Ashok. Thanks. No, so my thoughts are exactly kind of similar to what Naveen and Ashwin have said before, and Vikram as well. So I think one of the main things that we have seen in the past 2 to 3 years, obviously pandemic has changed a lot of the behavioral changes, but one of the things that we've been seeing is that there was always a demand, but the demand has actually gone mainstream. That's the one thing. So even after school demand for kids courses or upskilling courses, even in during the pandemic times, we are seeing that there is a lot of people who've been looking at doing at least some or the other upskilling courses. So all of that has gone mainstream now. And because of that, there is a flurry of people who've been looking at spending money on more and more education products. So it's not just about, you want to do one side course along with whatever you've been doing, but at the same time, the major, so I've kind of seen people even in our own circle have seen people who've been dropping their jobs and even actually going for education, higher education, doing some or the other thing. So that is, I think, one of the main thing that shift that I've been seeing. And similar to Naveen has said, that the tier 2, tier 3 cities are been adopting these models, which is very, very interesting and exciting. So those are the, I think, major changes that I've seen.
Interesting. I think while of course the signs have been very clear, right, when it comes to say funds investing, right, because typically they're not the first ones to bite the risk, right, or get into a zone which is very. I mean, they typically tend to come in when it's a little more predictable, right? There are certain trends that have been set in. There are certain factors that are already established. Teams are in a way, in a way set. And essentially, angel investors are the ones who are absorbing a lot more risk, right, when they're entering early on, right? Shishak, I'm going to come to you, and everybody. Prakhar, I'm going to come to you. Ajit, I'm going to come to you. In terms of how has this been for you? I mean, because there were larger funds which were investing. Was there an indicator working for you saying that, listen, this is happening? That essentially means if we feed into it now, we'll have investors lined up for the second and the third round. I mean, this is something which is a critical evaluation that one has to do, right? Was there that, or what were the signs that were visible? I mean, what you across your initiatives have invested in these companies, right? What was the decision making? I mean, what were the key factors?
Sure. So, Ashu, based on, we are a fairly new fund, right? So when we launched in 2019, we did the first set of 20 investments. And to be candid, we were staying away from Edtech because, my two other partners come from an Edtech background. Anand was the ex-CEO for Aptech, and, Yagnesh was the ex-CEO for Mahesh Tutorials. We had certain biases against Edtech. But what happened, because we are catering to the bottom of the pyramid, we started seeing some interesting models emerge. Eventually now, after 50 investments, we've done 5 Edtech investments, all are in different spaces, one even being to the extent of community platform and community engagement with 35,000 students engaged on their platform. Massive learnings for us in the last 2 years, largely not because how the pre-series A or series A round will shape up, because when we started doing the comp analysis, which is a fundamental at our end, we started realizing that there are deep tech companies, one of our portfolio companies being Solvio, which possibly ended up having only one global competitor, which is doing auto grading. And very interesting formats emerging. It just so happened that this happened to be COVID, that these models started making sense for us. So that was one of the huge drivers. And obviously figuring out and speaking with other Series A and pre-Series A funds in terms of how they look at the opportunity. But the first decision-making process came from these newer models which were emerging. And they having traction, or they having the product adoption, stickiness being created. That's what kind of pulled us into it. We weren't geared up for Edtech, but we got pulled into it as we went through the investment cycles.
An honest confession.
Yes, yes.
Prakhar, I'm going to come to you, right? I think one dealer a day, that's heavy, right? That's your mic is on mute, Prakhar.
Sorry about that. Yeah. So I think some very interesting trends in EdTech, and I'd say, I mean, as AngelList, we have about 30 investments that we've made in EdTech companies. And if I have to talk about the spectrum, I think that covers everything right from, early childhood to K-12 to sort of college education to sort of postgraduate education. To upskilling, corporate upskilling, SaaS companies that are trying to, help the offline businesses come out online and, offer all these solutions. So you've got the entire spectrum covered. Obviously, if I talk about the trends, I think out of these 30 investments, about 15 to 18 investments have been made between 2020 and 2021 itself. So there's definitely been an uptick that we have seen at our end, the entire spectrum. But most of the decisions and most of the investments that we made have been sort of driven by our own experiences, right? And obviously, AngelList, we are a marketplace. So we don't, as AngelList, we don't make the decisions in investing into a company. We empower our lead investors to go hunt for startups and make those investment decisions for us. But most of our decisions have been sort of, they've been made basis our own experience of what we'd have liked our education system to be like growing up, right? And definitely there is the, trend that everyone's, and like the panel that was talking before. But at the same time, we're also very excited about blended model, because we know for a fact that, screen fatigue is a real thing. Not every aspect of education can be moved online.
Right.
And we will continue to look at, more blended options of how both, the social dynamics of offline education plus the tech and scalability of online education can be married together to bring a sort of a better overall experience.
Prakash,
and that's what our
what happens is, when you're into an angel investing, or when you're angel investing, right, you're literally sort of coming at a very, very formative stage, right? And that adds to a lot of complexity. There are players that have already been there. I mean, EduTech was, for example, not being spoken about for the longest time, right? And all of a sudden, when it really happens, and then boom, right? Everybody's in it.
Yeah.
And there are clear leaders that are there, who acquired the market, in a certain sense and way. Customers are familiar with them. They've existed, right? Don't you, when you enter, right? And I agree with your point that, there are certain companies that you would want that the market has, and that's how we would want to see the education market. But doesn't that add to the risk of, say, getting your next rounds, which is a very important metric, right, of performance, cost of acquisition going the roof? As an angel play, right, as a platform which enters it at that stage, how do you assess that? I mean, how do you bring that predictability, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. So, I mean, I think the investors as angel investors, right, everyone is fairly comfortable with the risk, and we are like, we are pretty much, like Shashank had mentioned, we're also pretty much bottom of the pyramid ourselves as seed stage investors. And the entire idea is that obviously we are ready to take the risk, but at the end of the day, I mean, the decision factors for backing a business remain the same, right? At an early stage, it's all about backing the idea, the space, the target addressable market, and the team, more importantly, right? So the businesses that we backed are all being built by stellar teams who have, primary experience to solve for this problem, and hopefully for the white spaces that still exist, right? There's obviously a lot of repetition as well. I'll not deny it. And in all honesty, personally, I mean, I've invested in 2 EdTech firms myself, and now I have personally taken a backseat on EdTech investments because there's very little differentiation that I'm seeing in the market. Like most of them are only technology and the way EdTech solutions are delivered. That's no longer a moat. It's more about the curriculum, the community, and the experience that you're able to build, and not seeing too much differentiation over there. So it's just about I think capturing the white spaces that are remaining.
Super, Prakash, I'm going to come back to you with a bunch of questions. And Ajit, what are your thoughts? Mr. Nagi, I'm just coming to you. And then, of course, I have a very interesting, question around Bharat, right, and the possibility of Bharat. But Ajit, very quickly, what are your thoughts, around the risk that is emerged, within the angel investing space, because it's becoming a crowded market, right? What are your thoughts now? Your mic is on mute, Ajit.
So it's becoming a crowded market if you are trying to directly compete with a Byju's or an academy or some of those who have managed to deliver the right content using easy to use technology and have managed to create a huge customer acquisition machinery that yields a positive outcome. If that is the space you want to get into, I think it might be too late or it might be too difficult. But I think there are, like, since there was a mention of white spaces, I think there are a lot of other aspects of that still remain. One, for example, which has worked in the US and is being attempted in India might be a problem, would be, let's say, an income sharing agreement for the third largest segment in education, which is trying to get jobs. The largest being getting more marks, the second largest being getting admissions, which is related to the first, and the third probably being getting jobs, fourth being various other forms of skilling, etc. But I think that if we are talking about these large, like trying to set up the next Amazon of education, that is going to be difficult. But there is definitely room available for, let us say, deep technology based solutions. One of the speakers mentioned that in terms of, let us say, identifying how to solve a problem which is similar to another problem by looking at the problem and doing it with machine learning. So I think there is some of that happening, which I don't think is crowded at all. In fact, it is very sparse. On the other hand, there are business model based improvements, like I told you about the income sharing agreement, very difficult to implement in the Indian legal context, but still it is a great innovation, and I think it has created some decent sized startups, especially in the US. I think more models could come by. Don't see any much crowd happening there. And finally, I think that given that largely education at the K-12 level, if I look nationwide, not restricted to the Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore of the world, of the country, frankly was delivered extremely poorly. So while a lot of edtech startups stripped away most of the non-curricular value of education, they filtered it down to the curricular value of education. Even then, they were seen as an improvement over the quality that existed, the poor quality that existed. If now we can go to the next level and look at curricular education, because India values that quite a lot and pays for it, but we can also look at some of the non-curricular values of education. We might overcome the bridge where even today I find, even on the COVID era, but if you are a teacher at a quality level of 4 out of 10, and a teacher at a quality level of 9 out of 10, but the teacher at 4 out of 10 was standing physically in front of you with a chalk and a blackboard, while the teacher at 9 out of 10 was on a digital platform, a lot of parents would still choose the 4 out of 10. So this still has to be bridged in the digital format.
Interesting. Ajit, that's a very interesting point that you've highlighted. Ms. Nagi, I'm going to come to you very quickly. What are your thoughts, right? Has the risk increased of investing in edutechs, in the current scenario?
I think I agree with what a couple of people like Prakhar and Ajit said, that it's becoming a very Me Too market now. Everyone's trying to do a bit of the same thing which made somebody successful, and I don't think that's a perspective of really driving value. So I have a luxury which none of the others have, because they have to bother about their investors and other things and multiples. It's my money, I decide where to put it. So that's a huge luxury, and with that perspective, I'd like to tell you, and you spoke of the Bharat story. There are two fundamental. Why would you not invest in telemedicine, for example? Because you have doctors in the rural area. Everyone will say, I want to invest in telemedicine, and I've also invested. Same, you don't have teachers in the rural areas. If there are in the government schools, they don't come. So why would you not invest in EdTech? And give you the example of a Bharat versus India. Bharat has 146 million students vis-a-vis 196 overall. If you have K-12, 196 million school students, only 50 of them are in India, and the 146 million are in Bharat. So imagine the opportunity.
So, Ms. Nagi, I think what you're essentially
imagine the value creation which you can.
I think what you're essentially highlighting is essentially what a couple of other speakers have said, right? I'm going to particularly come to the Bharat question in just a bit, right? But I have a question on impact before I move to Bharat, right? And this is something which is for Shiva and which is for Ashwin and Dhruv. Is that impact has been at the core of investing, right? Especially in your vehicles, right? I mean, there is an angle and there is a play of impact that you look at, right? Now, as soon as you start to talk of edutech, right, and adoption edutech, right, of course, there is this, there is an impact that you're creating because now it's available to all, right? But also the factor that, or the fact that, it's disrupted livelihood, which essentially means that there's going to be lower per capita income, which essentially means that not everybody will be able to pay for such systems, right? How do you answer for that complexity when you are making an investment decision? Shiva, I'll come to you, and Ashwin, and then I'm going to come to you.
Sure. So from our side, Ashu, I think you have to look at what the value prop that the user is trying to get from the product. And I think Ajit put this quite nicely. The primary one is get a grade, pass the exam. I think those two are kind of in one bucket, of that is how one of these use cases that we've in some ways solved for at this point of saying the large guys solving for that problem probably exists today. Whether it's an Unacademy, whether it's a Baiju, and who grows from what point from here, I think that's a little bit open. But that part of the problem and a value prop to some extent is something that we seem to have addressed. I still think there's a lot of actual other opportunities. And a few of the other panelists call this out as saying, have you been able to get these smaller tutors to actually work? Have you gotten someone who can actually engage with the student to work? And I think last year we actually saw a lot of really interesting innovation in that part of the space with models like a Teachment, models like a Bit Class coming in, which explicitly are saying, rather than you do recorded material with other people, here's someone who actually is an individual specializing in whatever individual form of teaching is, and can actually build a product for X. So here's what we can have as a product for one person. The second is for solutions which are going back to the pain points Ajit addressed. The other pain point is getting a job. So after you've gotten to about the time that you're in college or have crossed through your higher ed, when you are actually looking to now get a job, it doesn't really matter what my grade is, it matters, do I have a job connect at the end of this program? I will pay for it, whether it's an ISA or how I need to finance it, what needs to be arranged. So I think there's a number of interesting opportunities coming up there. There's a bunch of startups growing very rapidly in technology-related placements, but there's others looking at just business fundamental courses as well, of saying once you've actually passed through to a certain level, we'll be able to enable you to actually start interviewing with certain courses. And I think you have an ability to do that between live and recorded as well by saying, once you've gotten X number of credits from this type of program, you can now open up this the ability for you to interview for jobs here. And that is something that the customers are really valuing. And from our side, there is a considerable impact in saying you're being able to help people through to that end of the pipeline.
In fact, I have a question, and I will come to all of you in just a bit, which is around consumer and sustainability of the numbers that we've seen around COVID and adoption that we've seen around COVID, right? Ashwin, I'm going to come to you, right? And I think Shiva kind of rightly highlighted, saying that there is little that you can do about systemic problems, right? Eventually the system has to take care of all of these. So, I mean, there is little that you can do about per capita, right? I mean, the government and policies have to take care of it, right? Here only you can do so much, right? You can kind of take a bet on what's visible, right? And I think, is that the right way to look at it? I mean, is that also how you prioritize your investment? What are your thoughts?
Not really, right? I have a slightly different viewpoint on this one specifically. And yes, you can't do too much about the system. Right. But I'm not sure whether we've analyzed the system well, or the systemic faults, quote unquote faults.
Right.
Just as a clarification, I mean, obviously, yes, we have our impact-focused vehicle. Sure. We also invest out of an innovation-focused vehicle, and I don't want that to get lost in the impact-driven response. But I think the way I see it is, if you look at aspiration,
sure,
in Tier 2, Tier 3, and even amongst a certain economic or socio-economic population, which is urban,
right,
levels of aspiration are very different, right? Everybody who's, let's say, a driver, a gig worker, somebody who is a farmer, has realized that his economic lot in life is going to improve, or his children's economic lot in life is going to improve if they educate their kids, right? And so when you think of education or as discretionary spending, I don't think that these folks are holding back their spending and whatever little income they're making, and not channeling it into education for their kids, right? And so while, I may even stick my neck out and say that if there was, let's say, somebody in a rural area who had to choose between some additional health spend for himself versus education for his kids, he would choose the latter, right? So I don't think it is a function of really saying that, listen, people don't have the capital or who are too poor to get educated. They are, but at the same time, whatever income they're making is to improve their kids' lots in life. And I think we see that the aspiration level as well, in order to just move into jobs that are, let's say, safer, more income generating, is extremely high at this socioeconomic class. So I don't see that being too much of the problem. I think the problem is, how do you deliver to these guys in a way they can easily consume and make quality education accessible to them, right? And I know you're going to talk about Bharat later, but there's very clearly two, let's say, channels or access points. One is mobile.
Ashwin, Ashwin, I think there's a connectivity problem. I'm gonna go to Mr. Nath, right? Dhruv, you've been at, you are at a very, very interesting intersection, right? You've been an educator for the longest time, right? You possibly understand the complexities around delivery of education more than I think all of us, right? And you've seen that transition, right? From across very, very different markets, right? And now you are investing, right? How do you view impact, right? When you are like what Shiva said, like what Ashwin said, right? Do you view it in the same way, or do you view it in a different way, right? Do you view it as is there an angle of responsibility that we should look at it from as well?
Okay, first of all, I must mention that you're asking a former professor to speak for maybe 3-4 minutes. It's normally impossible, but I'll make an attempt.
No, okay. On that one, I will be reaching out to each one of you specifically, where we're going to be recording a 30-40 minute session. Yeah. My apologies on the outset on that one.
No problem. Yeah. Okay, before that, Ashu, I just have a couple of comments on some of the earlier issues that were raised, right? If you're okay.
Absolutely.
So first of all, I think I don't remember who mentioned it. I think Ashwin mentioned it. A lot of people talked about it. You talked about risk, particularly at an early stage. Now, I have one very simple comment to make here. Obviously, as an angel investor or at that stage, there is a risk. Yes. However, I think the most important thing we have found, and I'm sure many of my co-panelists have also found this, is that if you identify the right founder, you have minimized the risk, because even if there's a risk in that business model, he'll figure out a way to pivot. I'll just give you one very simple example. We have invested from lead angels, and I have also personally invested in a company called Planet Spark. Now, when they started off, they were doing virtually what guys like Byju's are doing, right? And obviously, they were far, far smaller. And that's a very crowded space, as we all know. But these guys realized that they could pivot and focus on what some people would call a niche, which is developing personality of the child, developing public speaking skills, developing communication skills, and so on. And they're booming. They're absolutely booming. They've raised, I think, 3 rounds so far at valuation, which are probably about 12 to 15 times what the initial valuation was. So they are really booming. So, I mean, and this is essentially because of that one founder who said, okay, I'll pivot. So yes, we took a risk, but we took a risk with a founder that we believed in. I think that's true across not just EdTech, but virtually everything else. Second comment is, you've talked about Bharat and you've talked about impact investing. I have one very simple comment to make here. When you look at education, and I'm not talking only EdTech, I'm talking of education. In India, there is no such thing as a niche. A, because of the population, the size of our population. Prime Minister Modi keeps talking about mere 135 crore deshwasi. I mean, we can all see that in front of us, right? A. B, the fact that the middle class is growing, and even the people below the middle class are growing dramatically. Today, the middle class is probably what, 35, 40 crores? That's huge, right? C, I think the last speaker talked about aspiration. That's huge. I mean, anybody would give an arm and a leg to ensure that his children are, get a better opportunity through education, etc., etc. So there is no such thing as a niche. The money is there. The the large numbers are there. Yes, it doesn't make sense to chase the Byju's or the toppers or the existing large guys of the world. I think the huge opportunity today, the biggest opportunity by far is what you mentioned rightly, which is in Bharat, and that has an impact component as well. I'll just give you one example, one story. There is a very interesting startup which I have been mentoring. I haven't invested in it because they didn't need money. They're profitable, right? And they've been profitable virtually from year one. It's about 5 years so far. It's called iDream. What they've done is they have looked at government school education. And, in government schools, there is this CSR option where through corporate social responsibility, people dump PCs. I have seen these PCs in rural areas. They are very neatly covered with, those covers, and the covers are gathering dust, as though that was the only damned purpose they were sent there for. Because there is no concept of usage, there is no concept of maintenance, none of them are being used. CSR fund ho gaya, that's the end of it. What these guys did was they have tied up with the hardware manufacturers, and they have a low-cost tablet, a very low-cost tablet, on which they have created low-cost vernacular content.
Interesting.
And they have created this concept of a tab lab, a lab containing 20 such tablets. It doesn't need the internet because, rural areas, government schools, the internet is not available. It doesn't need electricity except for 2 hours anyway during the day. Whenever the electricity comes, it could be midnight, the tablets are all charged. I have actually seen these kids in action. In fact, I have sponsored one tab lab myself. And it is phenomenal the amount they learn. The teachers are sitting outside doing their knitting. In fact, the school I have sponsored is in Shimla. The teachers are outside sitting in the sun doing the knitting. The kids are desperate to play on the tablet, and they're learning.
I think what you're highlighting is something which is so pertinent, right? And I'm gonna come back to you. As soon as I start talking about Bharat, right? I am gonna come to you, right? And I will actually talk to you more about the risk that is associated of entering Bharat, right? Especially when you're an angel investor, right? But before that, I wanna go to Vikram. and I want to go to Girish on a particular question, which is that, will this offtake sustain? Naveen, I'm coming to you in just a bit, right? Will this offtake sustain, right? I mean, COVID has been unreal, right? People had no choice but to sort of adopt to a lot of this, right? And a lot of funds jumped into this. But that said, I mean, today, for example, morning, there was a report which said that, for example, the savings are going down, right? The job numbers aren't improving. Most of Edtech, which has gotten funded, is essentially all inward looking. Is this something which will sustain? What are your thoughts about it? Vikram, why don't we start with you?
So I think we need to look at multiple aspects here. One is the internet penetration, which is happening now in the rural areas. And I think the size of the market is actually getting bigger.
Right.
And the other side to it is the innovation in terms of the products, also which is happening. So I do believe that we are at very early stages in terms of the potential which you're seeing out there. So this is definitely going to get better and grow much bigger from here.
Right. So you're essentially saying that the offtake will sustain. Is that what you're highlighting in the process?
Yes.
Interesting. Naveen, what are your thoughts about it?
Tough one, Ashu, to be honest, because if you look at the market size that we had estimated on Edtech prior to COVID, it was roughly $4 billion, right? And market size has increased like 2.5 times to $10 billion, right? These are all estimates, which clearly shows that, COVID has largely increased the market size, for an Edtech. And this also brings up to the point that, how much of this is sustainable versus, going back to the regular offline environment. I think a lot of this is sustainable, right? It's not that online has taken up a share or a pie in the offline world, but it has just increased the market by 2.5 times, right? So in my opinion, a lot of that is here to stay. The question whether some of this is sustainable, will it increase at a similar trend? Unlikely, but clearly I think we can estimate a 15-20% growth year on year for even this segment going forward.
I think, while you say that, Naveen, in my mind, I'm just doing a construct, right? It's so difficult, right? Because there are so many moving parts to all of this, right? There is a systemic risk that we spoke about, right? There is what you say, right? And of course, then there is a pressure when it comes to, employability and savings, and then so many other factors, right? And of course, the industry wants to go back to normal, right? And when I say industry, Edtech industry wants to go back to normal, right? And I think it's going to be a very, very complex situation that we'll deal with. Girish, I'm going to come to you, right? And my apologies for coming late into the session to you. But Girish, what are your thoughts about it, right? I think, do you think this is going to sustain? It's a very complex situation that we have at hand, right? I mean, there's a lot more money which has gone in. I think while the parents have adopted, there is early adoption which has happened, right? Do you think this is something which is going to sustain? How do you evaluate the situation?
So I think there are two perspectives to it. One is the funding perspective. I think, from that perspective, I don't think there is already froth in the system.
Right.
But the other one is the real on-the-ground business perspective.
Sure.
I think with the alternates that were made available to students post the schools being shut down, etc., there has been a fairly decent adoption of the alternate ways of learning.
Right.
And it's more efficient. It's for example, we are invested in a company which is class 6 to class 12 science and STEM education. The entire curriculum is being converted into bit-sized immersive content.
Sure.
So you could use AR, VR, MR, etc. to be able to deliver the concept. And that has much higher learnability, much higher applicability. So I don't think it will go. So there would be opportunities that would exist to continue to scale, in terms of adoption, depending on the specific problem area that these opportunities are solving for.
Sure.
And the fact that now people have been exposed to a newer way of learning, newer way of understanding, chances that this will only pick up pace, is fairly high.
Right.
It is counter to what Naveen said and even what Vikram kind of alluded to. But I think this is here to stay. I think the fact that you can today learn at your own pace, in an environment which is more conducive to your personal learning, in terms of content delivery, etc., I think it's here to stay.
Interesting. I mean, there is a huge conversation that is happening around Bharat, right? Do you think, and And as soon as we start talking about Bharat, I mean, there are two questions that I have, right? Ashwin, I'm gonna come to you for the first one, right? Do you think the entire Bharat play is overrated? I think, given that everybody is converging into a digital ecosystem, that essentially means that the arbitrage of information and possibly the the durational gap that was there between, say, a tier A market and a tier 2 market has reduced, right? So we are going to be in a very different zone. Do you think Bharat is overrated?
Not really. I think you used a good word, arbitrage. Has it reduced? Yes, it's reduced.
Sure.
But is there still arbitrage? Plenty.
Okay.
And I think we're just scratching at the surface as far as Bharat is concerned.
Sure.
And I was just saying this before I cut off last time, which is I think there are two big drivers, right? A, mobile, B, vernacular.
Sure.
And these problems have just recently got solved, right? In some sense, penetration of mobile as well as vernacular, a lot more products out there. And I do think that this is now going to provide a very different set of people access to high quality education when they didn't have that before. And at the same time, we're not even at the starting stages of virality kicking off, which is, really scaling out because a few people have accessed channels to get educated well, and then outcomes.
Right.
So I think access is, there's a whole lot of headroom. Where I see very few solutions and perhaps still another area where there's room to go is somebody on outcome, doing work on outcomes. And I hope that happens soon.
Interesting, Ashwin. Interesting point that you highlighted, right? As soon as we start talking about Bharat, I mean, every business that you talk to, is raving about Bharat, right? I mean, we've largely been inward looking. Now, the biggest of all problems, as soon as you start talking about Bharat, is that we have literally a no digital footprint, right? Which essentially means there is no predictability when it comes to that ecosystem, right? That essentially means that you'll land up spending a lot more in terms of, say, educating a customer, acquiring a customer, right? Shashank, that makes it all the more difficult when you enter an investment at that stage, right? What are your thoughts about this, right? I mean, how difficult do you think is cracking Bharat?
I think Girish touched upon a very interesting point, and I think what is happening in this space is we're seeing adoption, right? We might not have at a growth stage level a fixed monetizable model, and I think that space is evolving. But for the first time, we're seeing users come on to platforms which were not there, and data penetration, thanks to Geo and the likes, have seen a tremendous surge in terms of folks coming in from tier 2, tier 3. So if I have to break it down in Maharashtra, Bombay, Nagpur, Chandrapur, and then 150 kilometers from Chandrapur, right? That gentry for the first time is very interesting to, to see how they are using a particular service. So at a micro VC fund, I'm more interested in terms of, is a startup founder able to create this community around it and then kind of get them use a particular offering or a service for a n number of minutes, and obviously have some sort of a monetization model. But I think a broader picture from my perspective, we are a micro VC fund and we've got seasoned investors here, but I think we are in a business of investing in outlandish, unpredictable ideas which has some semblance of growing, right? That's the notion of venture capital, right? Or at least in my mind that is, right? So I think these models will emerge. I mean, these guys don't have any options of raising bank loans, right? But it's us who have to take the bet, and some will work, some will not, obviously. But I think it's a very interesting time for seeing this user base was not there 10 years ago,
right?
When we had the first wave of digital, cell phone wave and cheap digital data. Today, I mean, I'm surprised people are using a 5,000 rupee smartphone and using same amount of content at the same price as what I'm using. And I also don't use an expensive cell phone. But what I'm trying to say is that it's just become very flattened, right? I have the same level of competition from a tier 3 level guy who can come on, sit in my chair and give the same sort of lectures, right? If they spend time. Opportunity is huge. I think what we are figuring out right now is how to map it and structurally grow stage by stage so that it becomes scalable from all aspects, from adoption, from repeatable retention, and from kind of growing month on month kind of a metric. I think those are the things which we are trying to look at least from my perspective.
Yes, Girish, please. Your mic is on mute.
Yeah. I think if you see, the adoption of, mobile technology, data, etc. See TikTok, for example.
Right.
Or see the Indian version Watch. The amount of adoption that is coming, the amount of traction that is coming for tier 2, tier 3, towns, villages, etc. is just unbelievable. So people are creating content, posting content. They are getting familiar with the technology.
Sure.
And sooner than later it will trickle down, to other parts of life. Today it is entertainment, but it is only and maybe fund transfers and fintech, but it is bound to trickle down.
Sure.
And that itself will change the way the entire sector will scale up.
Right. No, I think that's a very interesting point that you highlighted. Ajit, if you would want to add on.
So, when we are discussing about the numerical aspects of our polity,
right,
you will always be attracted to the non-metro cities or the non-English language,
right,
because more people speak Hindi,
right,
than probably the English speaking in the entire continent of Asia, etc.
Right.
However, see, those are just numbers.
Right.
In terms of customer behavior, and by the way, I'm not even referring to the purchasing power, because in what we are actually, as in I actually cringe a little when I hear the difference between India and Bharat, because I'm
Right.
like, it's like creating divisions where there aren't necessarily that much.
Sure.
But
Sorry.
having said that, I think that other than the number, that is market size, as well as their paying ability, there's a huge question of access as well as customer behavior.
Sure.
And you can't extrapolate what you have done in a major city
Right.
with a Instagrammer or a TikToker and do the same on similar platforms, which is why, despite us talking about, let us say, vernacular or Hindi language content forever, it took more than 15 years to see substantial startups being created in the Indian languages, though the audience is large. And I think a similar challenge awaits us in the education sector also, because of the way they proceed. I have to, by the way, leave in another 2-3 minutes because I have hard stop. But if you'll allow me to give a very ground level example, I was in a village called Pushpavanam, which is in Tamil Nadu, in the Vedaranyam district, as part of a social welfare project. In this village, you could study only up to the 4th standard, and if you wanted to study more, you would have to go to another village. By the way, they could pay.
Right.
So boys after 4th standard would go to an adjoining village, which was a few kilometers away, and study. Girls would give up after 4th. The interesting thing is that the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th standard education that I saw there was the same curriculum, same classroom, same time, which means the 1st standard and the 2nd and the 3rd and the 4th are sitting in the same room at the same time, studying the same syllabus. So if you're studying it for the 3rd year in a row, the same thing, you are called 3rd standard. If you're studying for the 4th time, the same thing, it's called 4th standard. So the mechanics are actually a little different, and we are trying to get the city mechanics to work in the village mechanics. I know that's too black and white a logic, but I think that is where we are all failing, because we don't have a feel for those markets. I would love to see a startup which emerges from those areas and comes up with solutions which become scalable.
I think good to hear that, Ajit. Good to hear that. Thank you so much for being with us. I know you have to drop off. Thank you for taking the time out. Dhruv, I'm going to come to you. Mr. Nagi, I'm coming to you next. Please. Dhruv?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah. So, I mean, do you think Bharat is, we don't have a digital footprint, right? I mean, do you think it's far more overplayed than what it is?
No, not at all. Because I have personally invested in and mentored several people in this environment. So I'll give you 2 comments.
Sure.
Comment number 1. I think when we talk about Bharat, I think somewhere there is a mistaken notion that Bharat cannot afford, people in Bharat cannot afford what people in India can afford. That's not correct. That's not correct, right? Yes. Unfortunately, there are enough people below the poverty line. There are enough people who are poor, may not be able to afford it. But smartphones are not a problem, right? Paying a few 50 rupees, 60 rupees, 100 rupees a month for your child's education is not a problem at all, right? Yes, they may not be able to afford a Byju's, but they'll definitely be able to afford something which is affordable, right? So payment is not an issue. I think let's differentiate between this affordability and the fact that it is in smaller 3-tier, 2-tier towns.
Right.
Second comment. I think somewhere and I think this is true of not this panel, but in general, somewhere in the area of Edtech, we are mixing up Ed and Tech.
Right.
Let's keep them separate. I think what we are talking about is we have to use tech to enhance education.
Right.
That may or may not be viable, right? The fundamental issue is we have to provide education if technology can help and it is sustainable and the child or the learner is correct. Do that, right? So I'll just give an example here if you give me 2 minutes.
Sure.
I have personally invested, and at Lead Angels, this is one of our portfolio companies.
Sure.
It's called Oki Poki.
Right.
Now, Oki Poki is a little baby octopus. It's a character, right?
Sure.
And what they're doing is they are trying to address the very huge population of people in UP, in Bihar, in Rajasthan, in MP, in Chhattisgarh, who do not speak English but have money. Right. And they are trying to address little kids because, in these families, nobody speaks English. In schools, virtually nobody talks in English. And therefore, they're trying to do English, spoken English for kids between the ages of 2 and about 7.
Right.
Again, it's a huge market, right?
Sure.
That's Bharat. And affordability is not an issue. However, what they realized was they created a lot of videos, they created a lot of animation around Oki Poki, which was trying to teach these kids. Parents were not willing to pay. They were very happy to use the free version, but they were not willing to pay, right? I think somebody rightly mentioned they wanted a live teacher. So what these guys have done is they've now pivoted. Right now, they have only live teachers who are teaching these kids English. So there is no technology. It could have been Zoom, right? But it's doing very well because suddenly there is an opportunity.
Interesting.
And now, so now what they're doing is they're trying to merge these two, which means there will be live teachers. In addition, these live teachers will have access to Oki Poki and all the animation. That will probably boom. So all I'm trying to say is, let us not get swayed by the fact that technology to honi hai. No, it is education where technology can help. Let's use it.
Right. Interesting point, Dhruv. I think I kind of, when I look at India, I look at Bharat, I look at it multiple layers, right? While I agree with what you're saying, possibly is correct for a tier A market or a tier 2 market, right? I think, but when as soon as you start talking to a lot of things rural, it's going to change, right? Ms. Nagi, I'm going to come to you, right? Very quickly, what are your thoughts on investing for Bharat?
Yeah, see, I have a model, and curators like to keep making models. So first, if you draw 4 circles, the first circle is scale. So everyone discussed the scale opportunity of Bharat. So that's the first circle. The second circle is value creation, and I'm not talking value from a individual, from a startup point of view. I'm talking of value to society.
Right.
One has to see, and that's what I think Shashank spoke about, and Ashwin spoke about, that we have to see, venture funds have to see the impacts on.
Right.
Imagine if we could change the face of education in Bharat. So one is to see the value. So that's the second circle.
Right.
Third circle is the innovation. If you see the NEP, which has been, it's a very good document. It totally redefines the perspective of education, which is going to be delivered in the country from 22 to 22 onwards. I'm not just talking of a tactical gap of you created opportunity around the NEP, but I'm talking of the innovations that you can do around that. And the last circle, I were to draw a circle on mass customization.
Right.
Because this is the biggest driver of value and growth is going to be mass customization.
Right.
So how much? So there is scale. There is a tremendous value for the country. There is tremendous planes of opportunity to be created in product, process itself, and then you can mass customize. Like I think Dhruv spoke about some mass customization. They can teach an individual student that. I'll just give you an example of a startup I mentored some time back. Everyone was teaching you better physics and better chemistry, all the Akashes and whatever, right? Whereas this guy, he was using technology to give you dummy papers, and then he would see and he would code each question on, okay, then he would end up with not only saying that I teach you better physics or better chemistry, he said, I need to teach you speed, and I need to teach this guy better analytics ability, and I need to teach this guy better. Now that is value creation.
Sure. So, Mr. Nagi, how I wish I could have continued this panel. We were running a little late. Thank you all for taking the time out. My team is going to reach out to you. I'm going to reach out to you. We're going to do separate sessions. I think there is so much of intelligence that we need to sort of capture. We need to talk about. I think there are a lot of nuances that need to be understood, right? But thank you so much for taking the time out. We look forward to doing one-on-one sessions with each one of you. Thank you very much for being with us at India Education Futures. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashu. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ashu. That was a very enriching conversation. Dear participants, enthusiasts, and others, Next, we have the MOU exchange for the Global Center for Innovation. I'd like to invite Abhishek Mohan Gupta, Pro-Chancellor Jagran, Lake City University, and Karina Bellin, co-founder and CEO, W Hub, co-founder, CFO, COO, Angel Hub, and Ashu Agarwal, India Advisor, Asia Tech Journal.
Abhishek, Karina, it's a pleasure to have you with us. It's been a long day. It's been an exhausting day, and my apologies on the outset for being late on this one. But I think we're there, right? We're there. This is a very exciting moment for each one of us, right? I think what we are trying to establish is designed to change how India and Indian startups will operate. Central India, particularly. Will operate. And I think we have an interesting announcement at hand. But before we dive into that, I have a bunch of questions that we're going to quickly discuss, and then we'll sort of make an announcements. Abhishek, as part of this, you've been championing the cause of business, right? You've been championing the cause of innovation from Central India. 2020 has been an opportunity. I think everybody has talked about it. We've been talking about it for the last 2 days, right? Especially the role of education institutions, right, has changed completely. How do you see India's role on the global landscape post 2020, post COVID?
I think it's been obviously it's not been a great year for a lot of it. The last year has given a lot of understanding and new areas to explore. As managements, we have got a lot of time on our hand to sit back and see and do an overview of how things can be worked out.
Sure.
And I think for education, it's education industry or education sector, I would say it's more of a reworking space which we got in the last 1.5 years, and
right.
we've learned a lot. I mean, it's been a huge learning curve for a lot of universities and colleges, because now because they were pushed, their backs were pushed to the wall, a lot of new innovations have come out.
Right.
And I think the higher education in specific has been changed forever in India. I think it's not going to go back to what we were doing pre-pandemic. Things will change. The way we teach is going to change completely. So I think it's been a really great year in terms of learnings.
Sure.
And India in specific has really proved that we were prepared,
right.
but we're not ready to accept it.
Sure.
So I think a lot of good institutions who invested in technology over the period of time
right.
have just come on board and transformed themselves to be a completely online delivering institutions.
Right.
So I think it's been a good time.
Interesting, Abhishek. Interesting. Karina, we've spoken about this. You've been familiar with, of course, you've operated in the Asian market, you've operated in the European market, and you've been very, very active participant in the Indian market, right? How do you see the role of Indian startups, emerge or grow in the global markets, right? We've largely been an inward-looking economy, right? Barring SaaS startups, we've had limited interaction with international markets, right? How do you see that change? And how are we looking to enable it all the more with this partnership?
Yeah, thank you very much. And it's really a great pleasure. The conference was amazing. And I think it's just echoing a little bit what you're asking me to, and I guess where the answer is heading in any case. I mean, W Hub and Angel Hub have always believed in the power of the community. And that is not only a local community, it's a regional community, it's a global community. And I think if there's one thing, we talked a lot about education, but even if we look at it from a broader scope, there's one thing that this pandemic has certainly taught us is that thanks to technology, the world arguably has become much closer and much more connected. Obviously, it poses challenges for those who do not have access to infrastructure, but those who have been able to really exchange and to leverage the power. I know we had Abhishek actually in one of our own flagship conferences speak and give the perspective about India. And I think even the fact that due to no alternatives, that the trust in the adoption rate in technology helped really accelerate that. with that, to really answer your question, I think a lot of Indian talent and also Indian startups have understood for the first time, also gotten the awareness and the visibility, have understood that opportunities outside the Indian borders are maybe much closer and easier to seize and capture than it has been before. And this is something why I'm really, really thrilled we're signing this MOU and this partnership, because again, I think it further helps not only to build this awareness and visibility, but have concrete, tangible resources, networks, and connections in place to further accelerate that. We have seen on our side, actually, companies looking to potentially even, capture regional markets, including India, from the outside, and have expanded in 12 months into 50 different countries, whereas their original milestone and track record would have forecasted too. And I hope to see much more from the Indian ecosystem as well. Really that boldness, and also again now concrete access to resources, understanding that this is totally possible, and not only possible, but I think it's really an amazing opportunity to seize.
Fantastic, fantastic. Listen, very quickly to the both of you, right? Abhishek, to you first, right? Who will stand to have the most advantage? I mean, we understand startups are there, right? But I think this is a relationship that we're not limiting to startups, right? There are a lot of other entrepreneurs that we're looking at, right? Because like in the earlier panel, it was also discussed, right? We've lacked global play, right? We've lacked global mindset, right? Which are the segments that this partnership is designed to work closely with?
I think as we discussed, like startups is obviously one area, but there are a lot of small businesses who wants to now recoup themselves post pandemic. I mean, they have lost a lot of skills, a lot of people, and they also want to get upgraded to a new technology. So I think this partnership will enable them to get the best practices from across the globe, and from the Asian market, who are relatively closer to how India operates. So this partnership, I see that not only the new people who want to come with new technology and an idea, but people who smaller businesses or mid-sized businesses who want to reskill themselves. I think that's also one of the big areas which will be addressed through this partnership.
Very interesting. Karina, WO has not been limited to only startups. I mean, you worked with all the stakeholders. You worked with SMEs, MSMEs. You work with women entrepreneurs. You work with students, right? So there is a lot that you do at WO, right? What are your thoughts about it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, just to build on, we really started off with this passion on helping startups grow and scale, and with them connecting them to different resources, including obviously talent, including other ways of opportunity, corporate startup collaboration. So to your point, with that, really giving access to all stakeholders. And I think from the very early, stages on, we also have understood that, it really centers around talent and talent development. So we have been very active about youth development. You see probably in my background, I'm sitting in also, one of the youth centers here, and really constantly promoting. So I think I really look forward on, and we talked, it was all about education and edutech during the past 2 days, to again further elevate, to have a globalization of education, not only the way it's delivered, but also the content. But to your point, I think it's very interesting to see that depending on the business model, depending on the industry, there might be opportunities for Indian startups outside of India that are maybe even more prone for accelerated growth than inside India. I mean, what I'm really thrilled about is also to provide visibility that Hong Kong is so much more than just fintech, but just to talk about fintech, when it comes to, different areas. It's really interesting, and I would be looking forward to, help some of these companies scale their solutions here. And also with that, again, always proliferate and inspire the ecosystem here. But be it health tech, be it IoT, obviously, there's so many different areas that I think Indian companies can really benefit from having exposure here, understanding what is here, and vice versa. Always this ecosystem here can learn so much from, not only the amazing talent, but also a very interesting business model and approaches. And I had the opportunity to talk with Abhishek, and also, during our conference, ahead of that, we totally align on the vision, the passion, and I think now really putting concrete programs in place will be very exciting.
It is super to have the both of you with us, and I'm super excited that, this is happening, right here on this platform. My sense is, and I have continued to believe, it's very important for any economy to build export infrastructure around itself, right? And I think this is a step which is in the right direction. The fact that Abhishek and JLU family, which is so deeply knitted in the Central India ecosystem, I think with this partnership there is a very different growth that we're going to see out of the region, right? I think this could be one of those pivotal steps that will enable the founders and entrepreneurs in general across the region to think very, very differently, right? With that, to both of you, we have a small AV to play out this relationship in just a minute, if my technology can put it up. Oops. Give us one quick second. Thank you very much, Abhishek. Thank you very much, Karina. This is going to be out on social media, very soon. As I said, particularly excited about this relationship. Thank you to the both of you for being with us. Thank you for making yourselves available. It was a pleasure to have you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you, Ashu.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Karina. Thank you, Abhishek. We move on to the last section, vote of thanks by Mr. Manish and Ashok Agarwal.
Okay, it was a pleasure to have. Are we good to go, guys?
Yes, Ashu, please. You can.
It was a pleasure to have above 100 speakers to join us. What a fantastic discussion that we've had, right? Across the various stakeholders, right? Ranging from the government to education institutions to discussing possibilities of building digital and data-driven intelligence within institutions, to have startups which are kind of really changing the paradigm of the education businesses, education initiatives in the country, to having investors who've been funding the surge in the technology around education adoption and the opportunities and the possibilities, right? I think honestly speaking, it was a session which was very interesting. There were a lot of very, very interesting takeaways from what was exchanged. I'm particularly happy about the narrative that we could drive from this entire initiative. It was a fantastic experience. I look forward to having each one of our stakeholders, all the audiences who joined us through the course, across all the other initiatives that we're going to be announcing very soon. I am particularly happy about the announcement of the strategic partnership between Jagran Lake State University, Bhopal for Central India, and W Hub to essentially evangelize change, growth, global mindset for students, for startup founders, for SMEs, MSMEs, for women entrepreneurs. It's a very critical initiative in the right direction. Thank you once again. It was a pleasure to have each one of you with us.
Thank you, Ashu. That's the end of today's session. We had an exciting session on these 2 days of IVF. Please subscribe and please follow us on social media platforms. We sign off from the team of Asia Tech Journal. Have a great day ahead.